Taruyuni, Tauheba, Konjala, Logika, Mewana, Antuka, Yami. Taruyuni, Tauheba, Konjala, Logika, Mewana, Antuka, Yami. Kuzane naya, mameme kuzame kakaeri, yoshi longono, amepona tugalika neni. Kuzane naya, mameme kuzame kakaeri, yoshi longono, amepona tugalika neni. Kalunga, nomana, nombepo, onsapuki, twindile, yetupe, ekwato. Kalunga, nomana, nombepo, onsapuki, twindile, yetupe, ekwato. Naturalika, nene era unambiri, ukumweno vole, ye mokati ketu. Naturalika, nene era unambiri, ukumweno vole, ye mokati ketu. Mata shike. Mata shikano kwetu eli meke joma. Kamere kupito mae pandu la kalungake ehalo jalonge kiba Jakata tugumwe ame no 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 no
Wende pamwe no chendo shino chazi kombara chirongo chetu vendo lo mombepo ochokevi kaumbata oruturo mleli wetu na presidente wetu wa tango wa chilongo chetu cha Namibia cha manguruka tukupandura hawali wetu pe omleli nguno etulele etuyakure okwakalao echikwila chetu chesikuke ngashingei olutulwe olulimano mokati ketu atukuhambelele hwaliwe mpe embula zokukala mwenyo atukwisanomwa tukale pamwe nase mochitusi sha tukakala nacho mano kwa matango godina setumono mkumo nehondo mungwe tuvira tate galikanule tote kwindile omoro moye
Constitutia Holinge, Otandendura Shikesho Chapotua, Umbo Mawi Petucha, Abishan in Bakrima Konyara, Natukambada Yengeli, Makota Puka Shike or family Nenenji, Shirimeli, no chendo. Atusheka pintu apia ntukadi Kenya tikongenyo mashara, osoke tingondi yanganjwa kana mbele oyamgambe kwa. Nakiyenge ya holike natukeni nana na natuyani ke awunju katushe natuyani
Well, there we have it, of course, just to give you a bit of a small moment to really just appreciate and take in what's happening in Etunda village. Of course, first the carriage being brought to the house, taken in, of course, symbolically returned to where he came from. Samuel Shafishuna Daniel Nujoma was, of course, born at Etunda village in Ngandjera near Okahao, in formerly what was known as Ovambo land during the Southwest African administration. He was born on the 12th of May 1929, and Nujoma was born to Helvi Mpingana Kandombolo. That's she had lived between 1898 and 2008, and that's why whenever you hear in the condolences, many of course also mention the Kandombolo family as well, the maternal family of the late president. And of course, the dad was Daniel Utono Nujoma, lived between 1893 and 1968. And his mother, Helvi, was Uukwambi princess by descent. And this fact would later reinforce Nujoma's charismatic influence during his political career. And he was the eldest of his parents' 11 children. Nujoma spent much of his early childhood looking after his siblings and tending to the family's cattle and traditional farming activities. And his educational opportunities, of course, very, very limited. And he started attending a Finnish missionary school at Okahao when he was 10 and completed Standard 6, which was as high as possible for blacks during the time. In 1946, at age 17, he, of course, moved to Walfish Bay to live with his aunt, where he began his first employment at a general store for a monthly salary of about 10 shillings, and later on worked at a whaling station. While there, he was exposed to world politics by meeting soldiers from Argentina, Norway, and other parts of Europe who had come during World War II. And then, of course, in 1949, he moved to Windhoek, where he started work as a cleaner for South African Railways while attending adult night school at St. Barnabas Anglican Church School in the Windhoek Old location, mainly to improve his English. And of course, he further studied for his junior certificate through correspondence at the Trans-Africa Correspondence College in South Africa. So Etunda, really the birthplace, the place that gave us the man that liberated Namibia from the shackles of apartheid, and of course created the environment for us to enjoy the independence that we do now. I'm still joined by the Colonel, the head of the Public Relations from the Ministry of Defense, that's of course accompanying us throughout the procession and the memorial this evening. Colonel, of course, we've now seen the movement from the home to where the memorial service is taking place. If you can just take us through to what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, you are right, Ricardo. What's happening now, we are expecting the bearers to remove their headdresses, and immediately they will remove the casket from the gun carriage into the tent where the memorial service is going to start. We are expecting the quarter guard and the band to receive the casket officially and honor it, and that will be followed by the commencement of the program officially. As you can see that those are the members of the quarter guard plus the band master, the lady in front there with a stick. Not the band master, but she's a member of the band. So she will very soon see that she will act on the command of the quarter guard commander that they should receive the casket.
There we see, of course, on the screen being shown there, former Prime Minister of the Republic, Ngandjera, former Member of Parliament, former Minister of Education, of course, former Minister of Defense as well. Of course, the first Minister of Defense was Peter Moshiange. He was, of course, one of the guerrilla leaders during the armed struggle, and then succeeded there by Nas Angula. The arrival there of former President. And looks like it's definitely the former First Lady Penehopifo Bohamba being shown there on the screen. And they are, of course, supporting the chief mourner's representative, the president-elect, that will be delivering the keynote address. Of course, the last time President Bohamba was required and asked of him to also speak at the memorial service of Dr. Hage Geingob last year, and he also appears on the program for this evening's memorial service. As you can understand, of course, such a poignant place, the Chief of Protocol there assisting him, Ambassador Ipumbu, very, very seasoned career diplomat in his own right, being the protocol chief under the administration of Dr. Hage Geingob, and of course now continuing his service to the nation under the administration of Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. So you can see, of course, also different family members arriving there as well. The procession has been accompanied since Windhoek by Honorable Nujoma. It's the son of the founding father there, of course, on the screen. Also, one of the veteran politicians, a liberation struggle hero in his own right as well. That's Ben Amadila, former Member of Parliament, and of course also served in the cabinet under President Nujoma, revered and respected struggle icons. He was the Minister of Information and Broadcasting from 1993 until 2000, one of the longest ones to serve in that position under President Nujoma. Of course, before that, his first task under President Nuyoma's presidency was the Minister of Trade and Industry from 1990 to 1993. And of course, finally serving as the Minister of Information and Broadcasting after that. There we see Honorable Lieutenant Nujoma representing the family, representing the siblings. Of course, also accompanied by Julia Nujoma as well, that will be speaking on behalf of the children and the grandchildren at this memorial service. The program is not going to be that long for the memorial service. Of course, we already see a small delay in terms of the program starting. We were expecting it to commence at around 2:30. But with this delay, we expect the program to be moved up for about an hour and a half. The theme for the memorial is celebrating a revolutionary, honoring an African icon. What many would, of course, argue was a global icon. We've seen how he was recognized at the United Nations Security Council yesterday, of course, on request from Algeria, who is an alternate member at the UN Security Council. So recognition at the highest multilateral organization of the founding father, the leader of the revolution of the liberation struggle for the independence of Namibia. Algeria, of course, a very, very close ally of President Nujoma during the liberation struggle. Very, very close friend and confidant of Ahmed Ben Bella, who was a Algerian politician, soldier, and socialist revolutionary as well, who served as the head of state of the government of Algeria in the 60s and 70s as well. Of course, he was also one of those that supported the liberation struggle during those years, and that request coming in from Algeria at the United Nations Security Council yesterday to have a moment of remembrance and a moment of silence before the proceedings in front of that auspicious multilateral organization, the United Nations Security Council. In terms of what we can expect, the program will be led at the Etunda Village Memorial by Mr. Nilo Tapopi, the former Chief Executive Officer of the City of Windhoek, Ms. Cornelia Yambulu, the Mayor of Okahao, will of course co-MC the memorial service. The welcoming remarks will be delivered by Honorable Elkina Senjala, the Governor of Omusati Region, followed by devotion and prayer by Reverend Dr. Chapaka Chakapolo, retired, pastor from Elsin. That will be followed by eulogy by Honorable Nazangula, the former Prime Minister of the Republic. And we surely couldn't have chosen a better person to deliver that eulogy, looking at the history of the two together, having served in his cabinet, having served alongside him during exile, and of course, at the peak of his political career, Prime Minister of the Republic. Tribute messages will be coming in as well on behalf of former plant combatants by General Officer retired Commissioner Ben Shikovelo Shikongo, who's the president of the Namibia National Liberation Veterans Association, or NLLVA. Also, messages on behalf of the family will be delivered by Mama Julia Nujoma. Tatekulu Johannes Mupiya, will, of course, represent at the highest level as Omukwaniilwa, the Ngandjera, the tribal leanings of the late president. Then, of course, after that, Tatekulu Herman Ndilimani Ipumbu, the chief of the Uukwambi Traditional Authority and chairperson of the 8 Northern Traditional Authorities, will also deliver a tribute message. If you look at the 2 chiefs, of course, the one representing the paternal side and Chief Ipumbu representing the maternal traditional authority. This, of course, will also be intertwined with performances by the Namibia Defence Force military band as they show appreciation and respect to their late former commander-in-chief. The message of the SWAPO party by Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, the Secretary General of the SWAPO party, will also follow suit. That will be succeeded by a message by His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, the former president and dear friend of the late founding father. Performance by the Namibia Defence Force will segue into the message on behalf of the chief mourner, who will be represented by Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President and President-elect. Of course, we'll close off immediately after that with the vote of thanks by Honorable Andreas Shintama, the chairperson of the Omusati Regional Council, the hosting region, and followed by announcements by the Director of Ceremonies. Of course, a benediction will also be delivered by Reverend Dr. Chapaka Chakapolo from Elsin. After that, the closing with the African Union and national anthems, and then the body will lie in state until 6 in the morning at that same location until tomorrow morning. Of course, during that time, a certain decorum will be observed by the members of public. The members of public also invited to come and view the remains of the founding father. Of course, an important exercise in African culture, really, that assists with finding closure with your loved ones. We've been hearing that some of the liberation heroes would probably spend the evening with the remains of the founding father to show their respect to their former commander-in-chief. And of course, different traditional practices will be observed as we move to different regions. We know for sure once it comes to the southern regions like Kitmanswap, where it will be on Wednesday, we are expecting, of course, also a large contingency that will definitely spend the night singing, showing respect, getting closure, and celebrating the life of the founding father. There we see the quarter guard, of course, the pallbearers stepping away and then getting it prepared now for the memorial service to commence. Colonel?
Yes, you put it right to say that the pallbearers and the bearers are getting away from the casket. They've just secured the spot where the casket is supposed to be designated during this memorial service. What we are going to expect now is the visual guards to take their position, and the casket will be now in their custodian for the next hours until tomorrow morning. So anytime from now on, we are just going to witness their arrival. So as I stated earlier, that once the casket has arrived at the location where the memorial service is going to be conducted, it will be now in the hands of the vigil guard commander with his guards, and they will be responsible to guard the casket until the next morning, when the bearers and pallbearers are coming to collect the casket, so that we carry on with a procession to Ohangwena region. And at the same time, we are also now expecting the singing of national anthem and AU anthem. So that is now the vigil guards taking their position to guard the casket throughout.
And you've mentioned, of course, that they will be standing throughout the evening until 6 in the morning tomorrow.
Exactly. You see, there are 4 in number. There's a guard commander. There's a vigil guard commander there. So they will relieve each other at a certain time, depending on the minutes that they have spent at a time. For example, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 15 minutes, or 30 minutes. And then they exchange, or they will be relieving each other as the procession is going to, or the memorial service is going to unfold the sequence of events following them, and then we'll see how this exchange or relief will take place.
This, of course, the first of a series of regional memorial services that will be taking place across the country tomorrow. The casket expected to move to Enene. Day after that, Kavango East in Rundu. Of course, we know how fond and proud the founding father was of the topography, the vegetation, how the greenery of the Kavango and the Zambezi regions. Sunday, we'll proceed to the Zambezi region. Of course, all memorials are expected to start at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There might be delays every now and then due to circumstances beyond the control of the logistics team on the ground. But of course, all the mourners ask to be patient in that regard. But 2 o'clock in the afternoon, those are the dates that's scheduled for. And of course, casket will move to Zambezi on Sunday and then proceed to Grootfontein on Monday. But for now, let's quickly cross over to the main event so we can catch the national and African Union anthems.
Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and President-elect, and the representative of the Chief Mourner. Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia, Right Honorable Dr. Sarah Kuwangelwa Amadhira, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia and Mr. Amadila, Honorable Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Members of Parliament, Your Excellency, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Honorable Eugenius Njala, the Governor of Omsati Region, and other governors present, Honorable Nahas Angula, former Prime Minister, Honorable Ben Amadira, the former Minister and member of the Constituent Assembly, and Madame Amadila, Honorable Andreas Shintama, Chairperson of the Regional Council of Omsati Region, and other CROs present, Executive Directors present, distinguished service chiefs, and all men and women in uniform, veterans of National Liberation Struggle, Honorable Regional and Local Authority Councillors, Tatekulu Herman, Ndilimani, Ipumbu, Chief of the Uukwambi Traditional Authority, and Chairperson of the 8 Northern Traditional Authorities, Bishop Reverend Dr. Gideon Nitenge, Bishop Emeritus Cleopas Dumeni, Bishop Lebeus Dumbukuti Nashenda, Reverend Dr. Shapaka Chakapolo, the retired, and others religious leaders present, senior government officials, captains of industry present here, fellow countrymen, women and children present here, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nilo Tapopi Kambwaka Shilongo. Before we start, we know that the founding president, Sam Shefishuna Nujoma, was born here in this house on the 12th of May 1929 by Tatekulu Daniel Utoni Nujoma and Kuku Helvi Kondombolo Wakondo, as she was popularly known. It was thus proper for the government and the Republic of Namibia decided that the body of our late founding president comes to his place of birth in order to enable the family that could not travel, the neighbors, the people from Omsati region and other adjacent regions, as well as all those Namibians who would like to pay their final respect to our founding president at this afternoon memorial services. As I have already said, that my name is Nilo Tapopi Kambwaka Shilongo. With me is the co-director, Her Worship the Mayor of Kokahau. She will introduce her name correctly. I'm running a risk because she's a person of many titles and names. We will serve as your director of ceremony. However, as a disciplined cadre of the movement SWAPO, I do not refuse any assignment given to me by the leaders. Although I feel honored to be given responsibility to be the director of ceremony, I do not know what criteria were used to appoint me. I can only guess. It is quite possible that I was given the responsibility to direct the proceedings because Nuyomas are our neighbors. As our house, our neighbor, as our house, the Tapopis residence is few meters from here. It is also quite possible that I have interacted a lot with Comrade Nujoma when I was a senior plan commander and member of the Plan Military Council, or maybe Comrade Nujoma, because he appointed me to be the SWAP chief representative to the Nordic countries, or because the founding president appointed me to be the deputy at the Namibian Permanent Mission at the United Nations, of which I was appointed to be, or because he sent me to the where I was appointed to be the deputy ambassador there. Then maybe it's because I was appointed to be the PS of Home Affairs. Maybe it's because he is my neighbor, because his farm at Etunda is bordering with my farm, Huebom, in Otavi district. Being also a member of the same Nujoma Foundation, maybe also can be a good reason for this assignment. Whatever the reason, I'm deeply honored to direct the function, as I have a long and rewarding relationship with the founding president and by extension, his family. Let me thus use this opportunity to convey my heartfelt to the family, my deep felt condolences to his family, the entire Namibian nation. I would thus like to use this opportunity to welcome all of you to the memorial service as we give our last respect and in honoring the life, memories, and contribution of this gallant son of our soil, who did so much for Namibia, for Africa, and the world at large. This is a state memorial service, and thus the program is worked out in line with the state protocol. It is my intention, as your director of ceremony, to strictly adhere to the program as given to all of us, and I would like to invite all speakers to do the same. Now that I introduce myself to you, without permission, I would like now to come back to the program. The welcoming remarks by Honorable Erginus Njala, the Governor of Umsati region. Honorable Governor. As the governor is coming, I'd like to repeat, to strictly adhere to the program as given to all of us, and I would like to invite all speakers to do the same.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. To the widower, Meme Kovambo Nujoma, and the children, dear beloved family, Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Daitwa, the Vice President and President-elect, and the representative of the Chief Mourner and General Daitwa. Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, the former President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Pohamba, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Saraku Wangero Amadira and Mr. Amadira, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, our Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Governors from different regions, Honorable Andreas Intama, the Chairperson of Umsat Regional Council, and other Regional Council present, regional and local authority councillors, member of Diplomatic Corps, esteemed traditional authorities, esteemed business fraternity, esteemed spiritual leaders, our veteran of the liberation struggle, service chiefs, member of the media, fellow mourners. Heroes are shaped by path they choose, but not the power they are graced with. Today, we are gathered here at Etunda at the late Tatekuru Daniel and Kuku Wakondo Nujoma homestead in Ngandjera district, Umsat region. We traveled from near and far field to celebrate the life of our beloved father, grandfather, uncle. Above all, we are mourning our supreme leader who commanded the People Liberation Army of Namibian Plan during the struggle for the national freedom and independence of our beautiful republic, Namibia. The independence of our country was not achieved on a silver platter, but through the barrel of the gun. Beside all adversities, the father of our revolution, our founding president, and the father of the Namibian nation, the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, never wavered until we become independent nation on the 21st March 1990. Rightly, the Namibian history will be incomplete if by any omission we disregard the name of Sam Nujoma. His contribution towards the well-being of this nation is immeasurable, both before and after independence. Hence, the onus is upon all of us to ascertain that we are emulating his gallantly and heroic deed through improved service delivery in the fight against poverty, ignorance, and disease. As well as we all seen, the Namibian flag do fly at half-mast, not because the wind have blown them down, but they signify the constant reminding all of us the higher price paid by all foreign heroes and heroines during the bitter and long struggle for the national independence and freedom. Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma was a tactician and indeed the commander-in-chief of the People Liberation Army of Namibian Plan, which heroically fought victory was certain. We are not just mourning the passing away of our hero and valiant son of our soil, but also cherish and appreciate his selfless contribution during the struggle for our freedom, independence, which eventually culminated to the birth of the Namibian nation. His passing away has terribly hurt all of us, though his heroic and undefeated spirit shall live on. On behalf of all the residents of Umsati, and indeed on my own behalf and the family, we are welcoming all of you, fellow mourners, who come to pay homage and the last respect to our founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, here in his birthplace, Etunda. You are wholeheartedly welcome at Etunda village in Omsat region. Feel at home. Tatekulu Nujoma is no more, but his legacy will continue to cherish by the current and future generation. Tatekulu Nujoma, you have been our beacon of hope, our principal advisor,
ndongaenga medhimbuluko lyomukokoli wochirongo shika nushupi wanje kalunga hambererwa I would like to abide myself to the protocol which my governor has also established. Namibia kwetu etimlongo no etiari lya mei owo wao yali Ipumbu metunda manja Ngandjera Nujoma na kukua kondo o anjika Ipumbu momlongo nagali o yakatumburwa Omukwaniilwa Hosea kutako meti 25 lya Februari euviri mwa 1950 n'Omukwaniilwa Hosea kutako okwagwaeke nokuyambeka o anjika chafishuna Nujoma jininge owa ya Namibia rishe okuzake siku ndyoka o anjika kajiri ashike yo Etunda ndowo ya Namibia rishe eti 25 lyo Nujoma awaekwa ayeponje yo chirongo akakonjere o chirongo ndotagarukike ngiro chamone manguruko lyochiri eti 29 lya Februari momvogo 50 tatekuru Nujoma okwathigipo olukanda olukulu lwa Venduka nokwapitiremo ko Babisa mepako nomesiku lyotango lya Maritsa meuviri mwa 1950 tatekuru Nujoma kwasisile odharate yopokati ka South Africa no Republika ya Botswana no lyesiku lotango aliuvite okwaya kokule itadhi kwae kepangelo lya South Africa Namibia kwetu unene mboka mulime pangelo onawa shomwa tamekitha olwendo lokututsarako lyotango lya Maritsa nuvo esiku ndyoka Nujoma lyathigipo chirongo nokwayiko kule nepangelo lya South Africa olyawe esiku lyotango lya Maritsa momauvi gali no 25 Nujoma tatuke muholeka deta yiko kule naho kitakwadhikwa komnu molutunduka mwaninga nawa nitiambyoka otandindire kungwe General Secretary goswapo Comrade Chofia chaningwa eshara ndika olya pumbwa okuturwa ethano talitakumo statue lyowo wanjika sema ya Nujoma makapetunda mopopuna ochanda chowa yetu opo yali yazama natango tu Comrade Sophia Chaningwa otandindire katutumbule kutia otatufumbike tate kuru Nujoma itavuro kufumbikwa itavuro kufumbikwa tukatarenyo chitia cha popi wako kuku momthiguru wakaro kotia otatuhoreke itatukahoreka shike oruturwe dotuhoreke wendungeve notatuhoreke achisheche chikalimburukiwe nochashugunina ochititatu. Comrade General Secretary ocho chiri tu twaimanguleni ndeno na tango otatukahoreka presidente wetu watango nokukala tatumwithaneni kedhina simaneko lyomeraka lya koronyeki founding president. It doesn't make sense to us Africans, to the Pan-Africanism. I doubt whether Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Robert Mugabe, whether they will be happy with us, unless we will take a word in one of our vernaculars, like omkokoli, likale ojo otaitera taitumbulirwa omkokoli, no itali torokwa merakalirwe. Oshoka ngotoli toroka, italiti omkokoli, kachishi chimwe na founding president. Mbili ikare nani. I would like to read a verse in the book, The Gospel According to St. John. Evangeli ya Yohanes no pra yomrongo na nano, overise yomrongo na ndatu. The greatest love a person can have for his friends is to give his life for them. Ohoro nene nene tutavuro kukarejina okujipa okumeke ojo kuganja omwenyo we mes ojo apundari ntesha pombete yonkokoli pa ufupi ndaro kuturange no itandivura kuchita mochingirisa no inadinekera mokakipundieni munagumwe takavura kuchitura mochingirisa otandi chipopi chiringaka no itachivura kutorokwa no chota chikarangaka. Uoma wetu ombiri enyanyu ohole eidhidhimiko ontaranteni omkumo engondo no meshogonza uoma mbuka uyapuki oemlukitha Nujoma okayoma kutoni wa Nujoma okayoma ketu Nujoma wo Muyoma ahumbata uyoma wetiro karunga nesimaneko lyomtukeshe Nujoma tatumbura kutia hifike punye humbata okayoma ngwe uzale uyoma shouli pohamba uyoma pohamba okayoma hangenge kengombe jimwe mudon oti tumburume tango ombumba yetu nangoro kitonyara yakini na mokayoma atushe netumbo yimanguruko yetu shotuli netumbo nandi okayoma kashwekerwa kuoma wokuhumbata ochiwana metiro karunga. Okayo maketu. One nation, one Namibia. One nation, one Namibia. Sigo mapipi na mapipi takalandula ko. Okayoma uyoma wetu medhimbinathane po ndoka olyo olonje lwetu ngashi ndazi nokulitumbula mokayoma ketu. Olonje ndoka tulona okole hendayo yomwa keitalo keididi mikom komesho atu mukom. Let us pray na tugarikaneni. With reference and affection, we remember before you Karunga Kokuku. Ukarenase, gashi wakaranase arushe. Okuzake yambo, yedhipago, yatopiasa hainyeko, kombanda yomlonga wa Zambezi, sigo konde chifirwa. Karunga Kokuku, be with us as you have been with us. Okuzako kashinga chetekera, sigo komboma yomombanga ya chakati. Karunga Kokuku, be with us as you have been with us. Okuzako mgurugo mbashe, sigo kujina jomarugo vyageshe kokwito kwa navare. Aishe muka oya komandwa komkokori. Tate kuru sema chafishu na Nujoma omwenyo we utambura mochirongo choje we Karunga Kokuku medina lyashe norio mona norio mbepo njapuki. Amen. Tango mwiriki go haram.
Ya. Tate prota kuronjo kono na. Ya kutianwa onjo kono yompanguli omwana. We tokoro lie kunama toritura shari za tokoro onjo kono no. The history is the best judge whose verdict you cannot put it. By the way, onjo kono no. Oh, devotion is over. Now we are proceeding. Eulogy by Honorable Nas Angula, the former Prime Minister. Well-known Katusha. Now as the citizen.
directors of our program this afternoon. Since we are at this solemn occasion, I believe we are all equal. Therefore, I stand on the protocol you have established. On the harash ke kutosamo meme juria no shiwanda ashike shonzi kwa ya kuwa kondobo no kyo twafika tate utoi Nujoma utoi thikitha twaziko venduka na okweta rutu rotatehe ke anahu avarerwa nandito sembo tate guru mpya shoe tutamba moshilongo shoe. My task this afternoon is to present to you the eulogy of His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibia nation. Its theme goes as follows, and I quote: "A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society, will always emerge victorious." End of quote. Fellow monarchs, on the 9th of February 2025, the Namibia nation woke up to the sad news that the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, was no more. The whole nation was saddened and devastated by this sad news. The name Sam Nujoma is a household name. It symbolizes our resilience in the crucible of our national liberation struggle for freedom and independence. Founding president was the epitome and embodiment of our liberation struggle. The world came to know Namibia through him and the SWAPO party, which he led for 47 years. In Namibia's first democratic election for a constituent assembly in 1989, SWAPO won the elections. After the adoption of the Namibia Constitution on the 9th of February 1990, President Sam Nujoma was unanimously elected by the National Assembly as the first president of the Republic of Namibia on the 16th of February 1990. On 21st of March 1990, President Nujoma was sworn in as the first president of the Republic of Namibia by the United Nations Secretary General, Javier Pérez de Cuellar. He was later re-elected for another term of office from 1994 to 1990. In 1999, the Parliament of Namibia amended the Constitution to allow President Nujoma to run for a third and final term in office, given that in his first term, he was not elected by direct universal suffrage by the people of Namibia. Through his leadership, SWAPO adopted the policy of national reconciliation, amplifying one of the Namibia's popular slogan under the motto, "One Namibia, One Nation," under his leadership. He successfully united all Namibians into a peaceful, tolerant, and democratic society governed by rule of law. In recognition of his dedication and selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation in 2005 through Act of Parliament, Act number 16 of 2005. President Nujoma, as we all recall, stepped down on the 21st of March 2005, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency, President Hifikepunye Pohamba. President Nujoma also served as the leader of SWAPO for 47 years and the only commanding chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, SWAPO's military wing. After 47 years at the helm of SWAPO party, President Nujoma also stepped down as the first president of the SWAPO party on the 30th of November 2007, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency, Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba. In recognition of his outstanding work, selfless sacrifices, unwavering commitment, and service to humanity, he was bestowed the title of Leader of the Namibian Revolution by the SWAPO Party's 4th Congress of 2007. Founding President was born on 12th of May 1929 here at Etunda village, Umsati region, in northwestern part of Namibia, to Tatekuru Daniel Uton Nujoma and the Mekuru Helvi Pingana Kondombolo. President Ma's parents, like his grandfather and many generations before him, were born in Uukwambi district and were both from the royal family of that community. He was the firstborn in a family of 11 siblings in the following order: Sam Shafishuna, Maria Ndigoro, Frida Najara, Sofia Napopse, Hiskia Asino, Munoshisho, Noah Malima, Stefanus Omagano, David Elago, Eliashivute, and Julia Mukua. His sister Maria, who was born, unfortunately died when she was a child. There were 3 males, President Nujoma himself, that Hiskia Nujoma, and that Nujoma. Currently, there is only 1 female left, last born, named Julia Iambo Nujoma. Then Sophia Sido and Meme Frida Shikongo are now late. As the elder son, President Nujoma had to look after his siblings, even carrying them like on his back. Like all boys of those days, he also looked after his parents' livestock and assisted with home chores, including cultivating mahangu, or millet. President Nujoma received his primary education from Okahao Finnish Mission School from 1937 to 1945. In 1946, he moved to the coastal town of Walvis Bay to live with his aunt, Gerard Nanjule. The following year, at the age of 17, he got his first employment in a store where he was earning a monthly salary of 10 shillings. It was in Walvis Bay that he got exposed to modern world politics when he met soldiers from Argentina, Norway, and other parts of Europe who had been brought there during World War II. At the beginning of 1949, President Sam Nujoma went to live in Windhoek with his uncle Hiskia Kondoboro after the passing of his aunt Gerard Nanjule, and started working for the South African Railways. During this period, he attended adult night school at St. Barnabas in Windhoek Old Location. He further studied for his junior certificate through correspondence at the Trans-Africa Correspondence College of South Africa. On 6 May 1956, President Nujoma got married to Madame Kovambo Theopoldine Kachimune, who was born on the 10th of March 1933 in Windhoek. They had 4 children: Tony Daniel, born in 1952, Johnny Shpanda, born in 1955, Zakaria Nefugo, born in 1957, and Lota Nelago, born in 1959. Sadly, Nelago passed away when she was 18 months old, when President Nujoma was already in exile. With a deep passion for politics and the yearning to see his people free from the restricted pass laws system and confined according to ethnic groupings, President Nujoma resigned from the South African Railways in 1957 at the age of 29. He did so with the purpose of devoting his time to politics. On the 2nd of August 1957, Herman Toivo and others in Cape Town formed the Ovambo Land People's Congress, OPC. President Nujoma received a copy of the OPC Constitution, and on 19th April 1959, he formed the Ovambo Land People's Organization, OPO, together with Jacob Kuhangwa in Windhoek, when Yatoivo had been deported to then Ovambo Land. In 1959, President Nujoma was elected as the president of the Ovambo People's Organization, OPO, the forerunner to SWAPO. At that time, the idea of Southwest Africa politics was still developing from 1947, when Chief Jose Akutako, the paramount chief of the Herero people, was visited Reverend Michael Scott, who worked as a British clergyman with the Anglican Church in South Africa, and spoke genuinely to the indigenous people as equals. Reverend Michael Scott became the first link of the indigenous people with the outside world, and helped to start the long struggle for Southwest African freedom and independence by demanding the end of the South African colonial occupation and placing then Southwest Africa under the United Nations trusteeship system. Through this, President Nujoma petitioned to the United Nations in the late 50s, together with Chief Jose Akutako, Samuel Vetboy, Theophilus Antumangela, Andiba Herman Toivo. Subsequently, President Nujoma, together with Waichaka Okwetu of Swanu and Moses Garwep and others, organized resistance against the forcible removal of the inhabitants of the old location to the new township of Katutura, which was based on the apartheid policy of tribal and racial segregation. On the 10th of December 1959, a massacre took place in Windhoek. Among those who sacrificed on that day was Kakrukadi Anna Munguda. After the Windhoek massacre, President Nujoma was arrested and charged for organizing the resistance as the president of the Ovambo People's Organization, and was instrumental in mobilizing the workers to join OPO. By the directive of OPO leadership and in collaboration with Chief Jose Akutako, he went into exile on the 1st of March 1960 via the then British Bechuanaland Protectorate. With the assistance of Mr. Daniel Mnamava, President Nujoma crossed the borders of Southwest Africa into Bechuanaland. From Bechuanaland, he proceeded into southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, then into northern Rhodesia, now Zambia, then into Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania. He then went through Kenya, Sudan, and in April 1960, he arrived in Accra, Ghana. While he was in Accra, there was a positive action conference in progress, organized by President Kwame Nkrumah against the French government's testing of the atomic bomb in the Sahara Desert, at the time when the Algerians were fighting for their independence. President Nujoma later attended the All-African People's Conference organized by President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, where he also met Patrice Lumumba and Joseph Kasavumbu from the Congo, as well as Frantz Fanon, representing the Algerian National Liberation Front. After Ghana, President Sam Nujoma proceeded to Liberia and finally reached the United States of America in June in 1960, where he joined the late Brumba Kerina, who was already in New York with Reverend Michael Scott, appearing before the UN Committee on Southwest Africa. He then petitioned before the UN Fourth Committee of the General Assembly, demanding the end of the South African colonial administration of Southwest Africa. Other Namibians who petitioned at the same time were Reverend Marcus Cooper from Huacanas, Hans Biekes, and Ishmael Fortune. Moses Garoueb and Zedekiah Gavirwe reached the United Nations the following year in 1961. They all acted as a group and not as representatives of the different parties. Meanwhile, OPO was renamed the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, on the 19th of April 1960. And the President Nujoma was elected as the president of the movement in absentia. Early in January 1961, President Nujoma returned to Africa after he spent 6 years in New York and started to open SWAPO external offices starting in Dar es Salaam. At the beginning of March 1961, President Nujoma attended the third All-African People's Conference in Cairo, Egypt, which was hosted by President Gamal Abdel Nasser. President Nujoma requested President Nasser to offer the opportunity of the military training to SWAPO members, and Nasser assured him of such an opportunity. During the course of the conference, President Nujoma met representatives from the Yugoslavia government who invited him to Belgrade to meet President Josip Broz Tito. He later attended the formation of the non-allied movement in Belgrade in 1961. That same year, President Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere formed a Pan-African Freedom Movement of East, Central, and Southern Africa, known as PAF-MECA, played an important role by uniting the African liberation movements. In May 1963, President Nujoma went to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to witness the formation of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. The OAU was formed by 32 African states. Later on, the OAU set up the African Liberation Committee, the OAU's coordinating committee for the liberation of Africa, with headquarters in Dar es Salaam. Same year, President Nujoma opened SWAPO office in Algeria at the invitation of Ahmed Ben Bella, the first Prime Minister of independent Algeria. President Nujoma used that opportunity to lobby for military assistance for SWAPO. President Nujoma was given 4 weapons, which he carried in a bag all the way from Algeria to Dar es Salaam. With those weapons, SWAPO was able to launch the first action of armed liberation struggle on the 26th of August, 1966, at Omukwaniilwa in Umsati region. In March 1966, in a bid to test South African claim at the International Court of Justice at The Hague that Namibians in exile were free to return to Namibia, President Nujoma, accompanied by former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, chartered a plane to Windhoek. On arrival at the airport, they were arrested and eventually deported back to Zambia on the 25th of March, 1966. After the Battle of Omukwaniilwa, many SWAPO leaders were detained and put on trial under the South African Terrorism Act, which was rushed through Parliament in June and gazetted retrospectively to 1962 to enable the South African courts to sentence SWAPO freedom fighters to death. Among them were the likes of Andiba Toivo, who was sentenced to 18 years imprisonment on Robben Island. Under President Nujoma leadership, from the 26th of December 1969 to 2nd January 1970, SWAPO held its consultative congress at Tanga in Tanzania, which helped the movement to have proper structures, such as the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, SWAPO Military Wing, SWAPO Women's Council, SWAPO Elders Council, and SWAPO Youth League, including the affiliated workers' unions. This helped SWAPO to carry out the liberation struggle effectively based on its three-pronged strategy of the political front, the diplomatic front, and the armed struggle front. On the diplomatic front, SWAPO was closely working with the OAU and the non-aligned movement, as well as progressive countries and the anti-apartheid movement, in order to isolate the white minority South African regime. Against this background, SWAPO was recognized as the sole and authentic representative of the people of Namibia, and it was granted observer status at many international forums, as well as embassies, especially in India and Iran. On the political front, SWAPO was able to mobilize the people of Namibia to join the liberation struggle. On the military front, SWAPO was able to effectively use modern guerrilla tactics and strategies, causing heavy casualties on the South African apartheid forces, including the stooges of the so-called Southwest Africa Territorial Force, SWATOF, and the Kufuts. This was all under President Nujoma's leadership. From 1977 to 1978, President Nujoma led the SWAPO negotiations team between the Western Five Contact Group and South Africa on the one hand, and the frontline states, Nigeria, on the other, which culminated in the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 435 in 1978. However, the Reagan administration in the United States tried by all means to prevent the implementation of Resolution 435 and linked the issue of the independence of Namibia to the withdrawal of the Cuban international forces from Angola. The war culminated in the Battle of Quito-Quanaval, where the combined FAPLA forces of Angola, together with the Cuban internationalist forces and the combatants of the People Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy forces, forcing the apartheid regime to the negotiation table. Thereafter, on 19th of March 1989, the signing of the ceasefire agreement with South Africa took place, which resulted in the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 435 in 1989. Throughout his 95 years of existence, President Nujoma has accumulated a treasure trove of experience, successes, and the lessons that have shaped him into a remarkable individual that he was. His affectionate laughter and smile, his profound wisdom, and his enduring love for those around him served as a beacon of light, inspiring all who cross his path to live with joy, gratitude, and hearts full of love. The founding president's legacy stretched across all the generations, forming a formidable bridge between the 20th and 21st centuries, between old and young, between the generation of liberation struggle and the born free. The journey through the 9.5 decades is a testament to the power of human resilience and the wisdom that comes with age. During his lifetime, President Nujoma was bestowed with numerous honors and awards for his outstanding leadership, courage, and total commitment towards the creation of a non-racial society in Namibia. In addition, founding President Nujoma was awarded numerous honorary doctorate degrees, 15 in total, as well as 4 honorary citizenship of cities such as Atlanta, San Francisco, New York, City of Palo Alto, in the United States of America. His Excellency Sam Shafishuna Nujoma is survived by his dear wife, Madame Teopoldine Kovambo Nujoma, and 3 children. They are also blessed with 24 grandchildren, 11 grandchildren. He is also survived by 2 siblings, as well as many nieces and nephews, including many adopted children. May the soul of His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma rest in eternal peace. Go well, our founding father, leader of the Namibian Revolution. I thank you for your attention.
ina musholola ne ina musonye Namibia letu seo tweliwila siho kesindano ndeshi oshiri.
Yeah. You know, yali njoko na rendo ngala mwenyo lomkokoli ateka porokwatu yano chitiasono kachiri mwana na mochingirisa njoko na yata tekulu onde ifike ngala mwenyo ye yayi ayibulu kokorwa mesimwe no murasho otakuthiwa kwike sokopwacho kwavalwa peni akupe amwaina yali lumlongo na umwe de pa mopeni ya tatuko ya sigara po hiski ya Noah na Yulia aishe mbio ya tutetekerera jokono yao koriki kuchokwa putuka penyo ponga putuka marithengo bimano hajinga ko hambo ku kwambi anumbana nanyo yazire ku kwambi zatu Ngandjera kwetu mano azamana mizimu ya Uukwambi ndetenge hole kombara kuchano mumbara Ngandjera kenga ma pena kombara chafishu no poto mwadha yukunda pangana ntara nanyo no uwezi ukwaza mizimu nje ya kwa korwa kutia kwa tarifu bengashi ya kwa afroman ke ya kwa nanyo ntaka afroman na forever niche ntumisanu anani ko kombae onsane ndani yoro kwa cha ngui huvu kona ichenga tange tetere jote mfaitha kombae nani naskari chenda na yakoshe kuru kovenduka ko hiskia kondomboro kone atamekera okuva ko o politika yo chirongo Uukwambi na kutiana nyo turi mupika taujo kwa ndano skola pena pamwe tapopea kujanwa ya avalwa yendo skola ayo kwa ingata ipo kahambo kama nanga ngudu makorwa ne ngudu numba ya sakakara ne ngi tar ngi kontra kupone amana kujayo chimochiviu onjo kona yeka itetereko ngara mwenye yemuno nashaza mochirongo nashi kuchokwa pitira peni ilongwa ishe byo toyuva haipopiwa kucha Zimbabwe kwa Northern Rhodesia Southern Rhodesia nani kwa kayako Zambia kari kuri Zambia otanganyika kaino kuri otanganyiko yali Zambia tacho yali Southern manga Northern manga otanganyika ndia ninga paife Tanzania ayako Kenya ya suo kirongo pombanda kwali kiwa na hangana anu ba ponkunda mayo mochirongo munotoro kumithana tuchu ngono wo fifi o akuchanu nembe zo fifi onanyo takupopea kuchokwa ile kiwa na hangana omihoko mikutathani okoni anu ajaho nanyo kwakala kuye simbwele tazikonete ya eto kata tatameke okakurumbati pono pa putango tanga conference bato ya kara hono okone kwa zakwa ningano ne department zorumbano ngandi no kakurumba totone kakavarwa hono takarumwiriki wako onje poto yakatopa mongurumbashe ini mwega ibo bekutatena hasama ya ondete kutia esimbi na tiri mana pom protocol tapo mano. I Chitarandurako, the performance by Namibia Defense Force military band. After that, my colleague to carry on where I have ended. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President and the President-elect and the representative of the Chief Mourner. Dear family members, especially the children, to the founding father. Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Pohamba. Honorable Shaningwa, Secretary General of SWAPO Party, Tatekulu Elenga Enene, Uukwambi, Tatekulu Herman Ndilimani, Ipumbu, wakalerapo omisurwa de tukalo Omisurwa Kalo, Adiriheta Tudoko Nori Oshirongo, Tatekuru Johannes Mupiya, Omukwaniilwa goshitunda shetu sha Ngandjera, Elginus Enjara, the governor of Omsati region, and all protocol observed. Let me set or stand by the protocol that has been established by my co-director. My name is Cornelia Ndapohoni Iyambula, the town mayor of Okahao. Cornelia is also not an exception. Ame na ame kakwalinda kupaterwa konje, eshi ewi lonkokoli kwalita lifana, vamati no ukadona efimboli, medura de 50, nedura do milongo hamano, nedura do milongo yali, nedura do milongo hetatu. Pauhupi okwalinda mona efilongenda olo, eshi kwalinda joina oihupe akashinga, opo tufalwe koskola kokuba konima eshi Fidel Castro aifana oihupe akashinga nonande kandali oshihupe shakashinga osheshi okwali ahala omafeleli ahamano ashike kakwali awana nondamona efilongenda olo lokuedamu. Amena maitumbula ndafa Dr. Shapaka Shakapolo o bakwetu. Ondanda kelihongela uticha no kujako onda ukifwa ashike okukwadalwa onkokoli. Okondata mekela ulongi wange otete na afio opaife okondili. Nashikwao ndaka ningavali meya wo doba omumwadalwa onkokoli. Dear mourners, we are gathered here today to honor the life, the legacy, and the enduring spirit of our beloved commander, the gallant son of the soil, the first president, the guiding light, commander of the liberation struggle for national independence. Today, we are to pay tribute to a visionary leader who courageous, wisdom, and dedication transformed our life and our nation. I therefore call for a tribute, and the first one goes to the message on behalf of the former planned combatant by General Officer, retired Commissioner Ben Shikovelo Shikongo, President of Namibia National Liberation Veteran Association. Comrade Commander, the floor is yours.
Ndamono vakwaita tavalu chargé de liola siwa pwe yofika elio kekita yokoyo mikasiwa pwe elapo siwa pwe yofika elio kekita yokoyo mikasiwa pwe elapo soba kwa itavako yoma
Director of Ceremonies, Madame Kavambo Nujoma, children,
Bereaved Nujoma, Kondombolo, and the Mushimba families. Her Excellency, the Vice President and the President-elect, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and the Lieutenant General, retired Epaphras Denga Ndaitwah. His Excellency, former President, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, and Madame Pohamba. I should also follow the protocol established. All protocol observed. As indicated on the program, I am General Officer Retired Commissioner Ben Shikovelo Shikongo, the President of Namibia National Liberation Veteran Association. I stand here to pay tribute in honor of our late Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN, the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. I'm doing this on behalf of all veterans of the national liberation struggle, but not only for the former PLAN combatant. Is inclusive. And indeed, on my own behalf, as veterans, we feel honored to be accorded this opportunity to share our tribute to the loss of our glorious gallant commander, Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. I met Comrade Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma in August 1978 at the Tobias Hainyeko Training Center in southern Angola. While I was an artillery instructor at that time, we call it Karunga Koita by that time. The President was accompanied by the Deputy PLAN Army Commander, then Comrade Salmon Hawara Jesus, now retired Lieutenant General, the second Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. The President came to give combat orders to just graduated PLAN fighters from Tobias Hainyeko Training Center. I vividly recall when he said, "Emburu nadika pewe kapinya, ondahara emburu no mwenyo." I again came to meet the President in Mbunda area, Imbundu, in southern Angola, at the Northern Front headquarters on the 31st October 1987, after a fierce battle which was commanded by now Major General, retired Thomas Hamwinyera Uju Wangudumana, deputized by myself, Ben Shikovelo Shikongo, against the South African notorious forces. During this fierce long battle, we were together with retired Colonel Rowlands Sampofu, now the governor of Zambezi region, retired Colonel Kandi Amtenya, and many other commanders. During this long battle, we managed to inflict heavy losses to the enemy and managed to capture a number of combat equipment and materials, including the capture of a Casper and a Buffalo enemy combat vehicles. This was thanks to the support and commands from the Plan Operational Headquarters under the Plan Chief Staff, now Major General retired Ndahu Namolo Hochmin, and Plan Chief of Operations, now Lieutenant General retired Martin Shari, who managed to send reinforcement of plan fighters consisting over 1,500, who engaged the enemy forces from the northern direction and inflicted heavy losses to the enemy. Later that night, General Namolo, the Army Chief of Staff, directed us to withdraw from the operational front or regional headquarters because we were heavily surrounded by the South African Defense Force. The Cuban forces were commanded by Fidel Castro in coordination with Dr. Sam Nujoma to make sure that the Northern Front is not in the hands of the enemy. As a result, Katusha weapons were launched against the enemy. The president came the following day to witness for himself what his commanders and soldiers did. He paraded us and thanks us all. So, meaning that the founding president, our commander-in-chief, he was action-oriented commander, a visionary leader who will not hesitate to visit the forces on the ground. We have lost a loving commander-in-chief who loved his soldiers so much. His loss has left us with broken hearts, as we all can attest here. As the commander-in-chief of Plan, he directed, guided all strategic and tactical operations against the notorious apartheid South African Army and its allies, which led to their total defeat. The contributions of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma to the cause of national liberation struggle of Namibia and her people is incomparable. Upon independence, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma introduced the policy of national reconciliation, which enables the successful integration of the two warring forces in Namibia at that time. Peace and stability we are enjoying today is the result of this well-thought initiative. And as we speak in Namibia, we want now to dilute this thought. So at least the veterans of the national liberation struggle appeal to all Namibians to make sure that peace and stability in Namibia should be prevailed. Leaders should be respected at all levels. And we should love one another. To Madame Kovambo Nujoma, children, siblings, bereaved family, and the entire Namibian nation, our hearts, thoughts, and prayers are with you. Let us seek solace and comfort from the Almighty God during this difficult time of bereavement and sorrow. May the soul of our commanding chief, founding president, and father of the Namibian nation, late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Natupandile unene komanda tate Shikovelo o oshitwa shopokachi unene okwatanga komanda in chief onjai yokomanda omatanga homata atutongo onkokoli na oshitwa shinene okwati mbuluna die dikape okapinya achenyo twamone fiena pa kuchando dape wakapinya tushiri yalo ohandi ndireke kashona nefimane kwa pa kucha apo pina tulanduliko shashi omolwe fimbo natunuke ipo o salutation se hatu yenya ashike twaukilira ketumwalaka letweni tangi unene na etumwalaka la shikulako as the message on behalf of the family by Meme Julia Nujoma. Julia Ngero eta ewilo family.
Ukukovambo ndoluvalo lwetu akulunu yanje amushe ale yilongo yetu amushe ale yo papangelo amushe alisi yoshigunda shakalunga amushe akwita yetu na prosi yetu ani mungulonga mushe mochigwana cha Namibia nalila sa mushe inandisiga kona ndolye amushonde musimaneka shimwatondo konhugo jocheri cha ndutoni wa Nujoma amwameme inekelele nje ndipopye peshala lietu atushe esiku omundana omukutwe yamo makutsigetu esiku ochikogo chetusikira otwafarwa kanu yakalunga kombele onene yomeguru hoka dazale kombaikishaje izizimiko etandizale kwepaya lyomkumo nembandi zamatutu zeitalo opo tulire cheri tunomkumo setukale tushishi kutya uukwashilongo wetu kauli mpaka uukwashilongo wetu ouli megulu. Ewi lya mwaina olya tetekeliswa konenekeli apu ongame mwene otandina ngoye notandike kuvululukisa tangu atupandula tate Kalunga sho ali etupo matirera wokoshigunda shongobe kekango osheto mongwa kita sheto ngombe ntena Nujoma kweterera watupopi newidya waposhi atupopi twapongola atupopi twakumwa atupopi twatwara mokana se inatudyasha sherio yalyo mtango modhikwa ya meme yoyo miyamuswa gotango kumeme sheri shotango kachari achizengwa akurunu kari echikutya ochiranduraea sheri omea gonjenje getu sheri apopya ongota profeta onakuiwae ondugeno maere apewa kupamba emwele mokulisana ya kwao eawirike yetigiza tati ondaninga odhoromakara nirumbu itandikarongera kumwe nayo nande sheri otwali temtara ongolamba ya tema yari taiminikire gumbo lya tate onguzi yetu hoka twali twegamena atushe oshirandurashe natekulu nezimo owajetu jokulya ulalero cherio kwali owajokulya nonguta oshuma shetu shokukwatera omeya kachali hachiziya nande akutu oshingoli shetu shayambo lwendu ihalugalukwawe mwene gweshitoye ati ila mpia wanje uvulukwe sherio emwene ufule okwe unakakurunuye akurunuye tukayali hakira yo kayali hachuno madhimolima yo kayali ambanda kuchakuzongundu ya tirigane ohake atsakaneka tati medina lya Kalunga atumuluisa sheri omtekulu gombala omwamye bala onyati okanjirulu onhondo nomasake buliwe kuyalwe oshanje shapo ufule omombinzi omasoma kwana ngombe onhondo okondundu yetu sheri okutimo kukwao okutikwa mnyama okutika kulingo shirongo sheri no shimwiyu komtima nini mao shirongo sha Namibia sheri no politika eume koko kule kakusikwa ngula yo ongoma ohai hokerwa ponjira tate kurune pange lyoka kombono rudhi iharongere kumwe yo ihatsu yasise atokola alambe onjira onde yekeno mbago yomeya yekena shikwira shokutula mela yekeni nguma yokulala namongo kwentumino myenge lyomwana wa emkwatere kombeho sigo asikirongo yopushinda wetu akala hali ulalero nomeya gokunwa pishinda longo aningi kume kohembu tangero mbaka eshi kukondolola omati wanu yoma keno katundi inalala kena oshilongo inapewa momeya gokunwa tende tapopiti popile tati ngamo mati gokonu yoma ombulondina okuzitizamo moshitunda shokuku alikano runanga zeni momo shitunda shetu indeni kodyeni setukale no shetu omuholini mayanu embulozeire za fishuna ona runanga yaponoka nongundu zao zirumbu yapanuka mirongo aishe yomuyuni oyali ya fezi mbulwe ano shirundo shapo opoye chaza ombulo yali pevino pombada narunanga eafuruka momwenyo shatala evirino kawe atala ongoporo ya Namibia atale futaliarindiri nambaye atondi tapita sanako memkwetu pitandi pite omburo zinji ozaliza komandwa kahona yao kutya amuyikita konosa kuno mruze kuno chikulo chinene nguwe tukwateo chikulo chinene sima yanu yoma ono kuzalekwa omadyenge gepulipuli mosingo nembandiza tutututu zandambulwa ndeno mambale nembadi kazi chikuyalulwa wetu zipagero chikulo nengwe tukwatera semano mwenyo ashike karunga otati hazo chiri za mupopi nguko mtumwa wanje nde mtuma akusenzi zanje mupika omwenyo we ongame karunga nde utulamo itamu umono tangi tate karunga shiwagamena ompia goye nde sigo tagaruka sigo takaramwe vula sigo tada komirongo mugoina nano tangi tata shaona inatupandura tsamaya atukala tunongunga sheri tati mburu ongwe utolamo narunanga ukufa ongwe ushikirapo shotango shokonu yomatati Namibia odyeku sigo andi tale mata shipitire omati wakarunga okwenda momashongo genji no momaudhigu gamatutu no momaupyakazo genji ihe pamba otati mati wanje shika oshoenda tsirika prukambo lwegumbo lya nampongo kapena ngute shinyenge oshoye mwene sema shafishu na nuyoma sherio kaire mokutyo ya wike yetate karungo kwatiriro mbepoyo ya mati nana yeke chicheko kiwa na hangano amati achona nako nachona ya yata tondoka kaene kofa dehema yo kaeni kwira kulia yeke chikia koki wanangano kutia ko Namibia okuneyoka alitulinde no pemando yalitusiro mate ashike okoli nuzibo yaja eke chitiako omtandawona amatina kazona natse atuihukwa sema ya nuoma inaturo tuzengwa pamwe nokukununo nuchona oshirio yonjo nawi naenda nikulia oya ihupula yaninga kama kira kakasa sheri nandwaire angwe awike wazako akwinikwa omnukituro mnona mozikwa punanu cherio kwaza kwa kwinini kwa kareri Afrika cherio kwaza kwa kwinini kwa kiwana hangano atezi kwa zirimbali njimera njiko mgongo cheria vale pashande na tekuro moyeri onero mbata erula kapenangu eyi nazara ayesho ya zare kwa yopala okuzako ntse sigoko madhi samwaina otatulilishiri pamwe na Namibia aeshe ihe otapandula tatwashwe tupa etupele omati sigo mukokere ovulo 95 nomwezi za hupako tangina mbongo mu Yohannes onopolo 14 kaveriso 23 mune tumbulo ongamondaza kutate etandi ya muyuni yenga shinga otandi sigipwishe uyuni notandi kutate andizimbulukwa tate kulunu omesikwe yatapopi megongalo kahao tati amushe atusheni namba mwakara menilio shirongo namba twazimupongekwa tusukuleni epanja epe tuzimina sandeni po omapuko ngatwa ningeni pesimbo lita shitwa lyatuzengwenye ntse kumwe komtondi mbulu na tukasikireni tuimangeni kumwe opo tutungenyo shirongo shetu tse tukale nyonga mwaina sana tukale ninombiri ohole evuliko nerandura sano esindano olyetu twelipewa kukarunga karunga okengudu za kwita nasho atugalikana tuti karunga kengudu za kwita aye kuku otwalila omati azirogera ajamolwendi hamugalukwa otunerukwa Enene shwamatina akazona shimwa kara amu yakula cheri tatekulu shakoko okwakoko itavulu nokwizaleka okwakoko itavulu kuja mombata ndandi kulombwela amatya Namibia kamuna na ndomzaza igumwe akazona Namibia oike yalipo tanga matianje na akazona onjabieni amuke ipewa kunguwo pombanda amwaina tupandura pangi nendo hotora naganji ukolele okorutu shima ya mukonjo mumkarekepo enu jorowele enu kolele iho motati oshawana atupandula kwa mpepo yetu agarikani ya kundukizo mbetejo mati yeweto mati akanisi chayo kupopya oye mkundukizano magarikano otwe mupandula na otatu pandula a Namibia mokuvo mkokolyalala shikwatiwo chityochi nene chochingirisa changerengeja momakutsi ga Namibia eshe kehe gumo kwa jakengolo ashike omwotati oshawana Namibia mitenge oyeditulapo oyasikiswa ongozo yezisigako nozoza mwenekwa gashingo yakundukizo mkuliri taimbi nokuligola oyo naengeli enyanyu lyane hulilo oyelina oyasikikuhe yawo ngote afudhisa eimbiro omasere gatatu ndatu na imo verise ya shugunina ikungulu mbyoti dhimbwamwi ikungulu mbyoti dhimbwamwi shote tala Jesus wanje ngameteimo omandigolo Yesu shote ulo lanje shondake umilalo mbyokaye endie kaya kulilanjemo ikungulumyo divimwambi shote tala Jesus wanje vululu kwa nombili cheli ngutego ngula ependuko momiengeli omwana watakashike muma no itario takapendukila enyanyu takapendukila mbili takapendukila evululuko lyana kalunga
Oh, akutukutu ngelo ndio likutumbula oshitumba shomati shatumba kwa medisha shapanda edinalo ngelo Julia ngelo ona tupandulu nene nengono adishe ukuhelivi kondobolo na tatekulu Daniela Nujoma eshivaiva tekula unona wavo mute kuno mukwacha wachangaha o wevapo tudira eitavelo opa politika ito vadulu mosululu akalo vafimaneka anu aveshe o ototangelo ina eitavelo osheshi eitavelo lo elinekelo lakola uketupanduleni atusheni etukwatelamo nomokutanga oinyengandunge nomayakulo nonyati ya shiveli tati ontango modikwa okwepanduleni atusheni konono na ewila engenge welitala ile pandulweli olakwatelamo ashike ova Namibia atusheni unene inakwatana ngashi ko family ngeno toti pamwe ava vadarwa pambelela ashike ova Namibia atusheni o hatushikupandulile oshongelo tangi unene kewi elo family o opuna ingilo ya patalite oskola yo Nangombe Combined School otamu ifanwa ko shivelo kunya kuna o protocol oskola tayufanwa Nangombe Combined School otamu ifanwa ko shivelo kunya kuna o protocol o hatu twikileni no programa yetu no shitwa shalandulako a message by Tatekulu etumwalaka ilo ewi la Tatekulu Johannes Mupiya Omukwaniilwa wetu w'Etunda Ngandjera. Tatekulu ngiyama upopipo shiwana shoe
Mito simane kwa mea kondoro petu ya kahao boka muri oneta muirike o programa mochitusi dimburuko chata tekuru omkokori no chiwana cha Namibia ano ngashikaru chusa okwati ochawana kumkokori wetu kwa chishe tuningira etame kolera mangi nandiyamo nandi mutambule nando tulieni mochitusudimburuko cha Tatekuru shitulieni mochitunda cha Ngandjera omoro ezepo nenge tembuko lya Tatekuru ngoka avora mochitunda monkunda Etunda Ngandjera chocho twagongaleni nenamano komtoti nenge omukokoli wochilongo chetu ongo mpresidente gotango ngashina tucheni orwendo hokororolwe shi ngasharitanja njukuruno amano kosimane kwa nasa ngura onjira eshiyenda aye natukani tuvitugumbo nando tuli moruhodhi ndere natukali ni moruhodhi tuneni omkumo ngashi Tatekuru ali nkumo atusheni otumchi kali omchoroli kali omchuni monima ndere okwependa fue aninga etokoro tesigo otechiwanithapo kwashi ali waneka na tuyeni komesho kuku kovambo pamwe noruvaro rwe moka omakwaterwa msimane kwa utoni Nujoma minister go ministry yironga nocho Tatekuru kamwaina shiazi no kupopiwa mano kutate hiskia nocho noa nongero yao memeuli angwazi no kupopya mano kompresende wetu wachitunda chetu na ngorombumba pokwae nosho ndete kucha o kwalelwapo kompevi presidente wachitunda chetu cha Namibia ngoka oye eli uli kwa nengo mhogororwa ongo ompresidente takaninga ompresidente wachitunda chetweni ne tumburu halithanwa kucho chief mwana mochiwambo kanchine okuchipopya kucha omulili asimana nenge omulili ai nachikaro ohomweka etwenya tusheni Prime Minister wetu wachitunda chetu memesara kugongerwa nosho Tatekuru pamba ompresidente wetu omtiali mochitunda chetu cha Namibia nandi kwatere mwashike ale lyetu opamthigululwa kwa ramushe imo tate kuru Ipumbu ngo yeli omunachipundi gomalero ga hetatu huno nandone ali akwetu aeshe mbano kaepo mano mu Namibia ishe shashi mano otu yapo ashike opo tuningeni edhimrukusopo chigumbo cha tate kuru Toni mano onge atusheni tatu iwanenipo omorulele kule shashi otawimbi nandonga no tuleni pamwe pambepo atusheni ditulepo o protokolo njoka ya tulapo naye kapopi ateteke maka ndiolera ashike uruhodhi rwanje kezepo nenge ketembu ya tate kuru semshafishunera utoni ya Nujoma ngoke tu atembukamo muyuni mbuka masiku shogali ga hetatu gomwezi tunguka novulo lyo tunjino oshipangelo shale kuhamba movenduka ano first lady wetu nenge mnyekazi wetu omtiyali moshitunda Namibia ezepo lya tate kuru olyetu dhenge ke mwenyo atusheni nonando kwali shiri mepipi liukokere mevulo dhinji dhoka dhesilohenda ovulo 95 dhoka dhino maudhigu ogendji ngaashi nana tuchilombwelweni nenge tuchicheni onge otatulili oshili ezepo lye ndele ishewe otatuhambelele nokupandula Kalunga kanamongo ngoko yetupele ompresidente wetu gotango moshitunda chetweni tate kuru omukokoli nahe oshigwanao cha Namibia ye namongo oyetumpele ye temukuthapo mokati ka Namibia aeshe nosho mu Afrika alishe ngele tatutaleni menjokolona mu Afrika ilongo aeshe yakala mu koloni konyala omukokoli oyo gumwe gome presidente nenge gomakonjeli manguluko ya mangulula itunda mu Afrika oyashikali athigalako ngelo twayeni mona monjokonona unene mo Southern Africa yakwa eshe oyakarara mbo ya manguli itunda yao yo ike ali athigalako moshitunda chetu cha Namibia omorohole njoka akale hole ochiwana nohole njoka o eholiwe ko chiwana okwahogololwa ka Namibia wenji opo akale ompresidente wetu wotango tate kuru omukokoli sho ayi koshipundi okwapopi nomuthindo tati edhiminathanepo natudhiminathanenipo Namibia tusheni opo tudhiminathanenipo tse tukaleni tunenye ombili mochilongo chetu cha Namibia nenge mochitunda chetu oshoko twechimangulula tate kuru semshafishuna ongashi nana tumcheni ya Namibia kutya okwadhana nkandangalo nene mekonjelo manguluko lyochilongo chetu sho apalonjila nonando kachali ochipu kwapalonjila emanguluko ndele kachali ochipu opo chilongo chetu chimanguluke mu koloni omutondi okwechimangulula pamwe naamati nakadhona mboka yaliwo yemlandula nokukatawuluka ongamba opo yavule okulisa omutondi tate okwali ependafule okomanda yakwita plana ngashi chazi nokupopiwa katetekeli apopi amano ku veteran Shikongo omulumenu aliena ukwatya wapumba mochiwana ukwatya we wapumba mochiwana tushenya Namibia nomurwashi keshe bumwe otemliri omoruwana wamboka etuninguzo kamana kacha ndere otatukambadhara tusiye kwashi angapetameko ngameneongo mtsogo chitunda chetweni cha Ngandjera muka mwavalera tatekuru semshafishu na Daniel Nujoma metunda maka tulie nena pochi umbo chakunuye ondadhe ngozi mbonene omoro mati wanje nenge omati Omukwaniilwa omati wombara omati wombara omorwe sho akara nokukalekapo 2.5 ngaeneshi akara neteane keumbo norunji hapopi ye mwene kutya ye omati wombara nokwilongekidha okutumwa kokwanirwa keshe ethimbo ngono matumulo yerimo kana keshe ethimbo teya kombara kuchotati chowadhe ngongodhi pombali usiku ndilongekidha etumbulo helipo pinjo tatekulu kwali asimaneka omuthigululwakalo ngashi nana tucheni tatekulu ngere okuya pegumbo petunda ohadhengele njongodhi okutseyithila nje kutya okuyapo nandone adhenga ongodhi okunanga kulombwela nje kutya okwara okuya athike kombara okutalelapo ombara yoshilongo moka ano okutalelapo kombara yoshilongo mokutalelapo ne kwe muno mombara muye ondilonga mochinji ondakusamo chinji mukwatyawe omapukululo anditumbulapo ashike imwe shashi imwe itandibula okuyipopya oyopa umweni iyo kaishi winayi nande opa umweni oyo mbili noelandulathano okwapanje omapukululo nomakumagidho ge omanawa opo aleli yopamuthigululwakalo tukalekenipo eenkulunkedhi dhiilongo yetu nomuthigululwakalo tse tudhisimanekeni nete kutya keshe pombara ali hayi maaleli yopamuthigululwakalo wetu elaka ndyono heli popi pukeshe gumwe keshe muleli gopamuthigululwakalo okwapendulapo omalelo gopamuthigululwakalo oshoka nago gali gachuniswa pevi pethimbo lyuukoloni shono cho chili ne sheya muno omalelo gopamuthigululwakalo ndete kutya aleli akwanilwa nomalenga giilongo aishe nosho tu oNamibia aishe konono eyalela nuudhigu methimbo lyuukoloni kakwali ochipukuo eyali pokati pomwele nolumpango shashi ochidhigu yamwe yatondithwa nokuli alelwa yawo naalelwa yawo oyatondithwapo peembala dhawo ndele omolukoloni onge tatekulu ne sheya moNamibia mangulu ochilongo okwechipondola nokupendula pomalelo gopamuthigululwakalo opo gatsikile nokukalekapo eenkedhi nomuthigululwakalo ngaashi ocho chakala okwali wo ena ochisho shaanona opo yakale moosikola yo avali yaputudhe aanona nawa unene okusimaneka kuluntu noyakale eshi emithigululwakalo dhawo atushenye twakoneka nkene ali ehole okupopya kutya ngero omuntu kechi omusigululwakalo okwafa ashike omuntu atumba omutengi ndeke eshiku kyokukapeni shashi omusigululwakalo ogwo fundamental yokutotapo nenge yokukala monkalamwenyo yoye ayishe ngere kuchi mawaza ngere kuchi omalandulathano g'omusigululwakalo ochaira kutya kuchi mauli otwapumbwa tuchikalekenipo etumwalaka ndino anona nashungilwe nawo napopuwe nawo natuyalongeni emusigululwakalo opo katuyathige mochipilili otulieni muuni wavundakana ndele omaluvalo getu agakakanisa ochinji chetweni shitwa tunokukala tuyapa wenji hatuchiningi nanga ndikwatelamo ongomuleli ndile andikambadhala mokatandivulu nopehulilo otandipandula kuwana mboka tatekulu aningira Namibia tusheni notandipandulao namhongo ngoka etupere ependa otatupandulao kakurunhuye tatekulu Ngandjera Nujoma nakukuherivi kondombolo mboko yali yatekula ependa fule lyetu opo lishue limangulule Namibia pamwe nomchiti chashukwa chawe watatekulu kaushiwe oyuike ndere wenjo atumiereke nomatomero gaolokasana yamo otati nanga ndikwatelamo otati ye okwapo china kugwanisa shono ngashina na Mosesa shi amangulule anu yanjao mupika wa Egypt ndete amangulula kewiliko nokoma usongaro mbwero natatekulu ochoaninga okwarongisa enkondo dhono okuza kevalo lye nokeputuko lye kakurunhuye ngashi yali tamunongonona okwali nukwatya wirire ano uteku embuwanawa welandulathano nombili mbuka owenkaleke opo akale enonyati ndesigo omukulupe ano mhano tatuti ashike tatekulu indapo nawa otwapandula kwashiwe tulongela otwapandula shiwe tupalelo njira Namibia aishe oyalandulamo noyatambulako kwashi wali uliko njoko ongwe wali tona nonjoko mita nde tona nonjoko yokulela ongo presidente gotango gochitunda cha Namibia ongwe watulapo elandulathano undemokoli mbutaulongiswa muunya aushe ndele sigo topaleke Namibia aishe yakale yahangana natuhekele kwenya tusheni setatulanduleni kwashono etuthigira unene okukala tuna ombili nombepo yumwainathana natuti ashike tatekulu omwenyo gwe agurukwe mombili tanga wiliki
yaro tatekulu nkeama shwari wa pandura nenge watangumona mati boe onatu shikupandulilune no tatekulu newila landulako ola tatekulu Herman Ndilimani Ipumbu tatekulu Ndilimani eta ewi loe tangi
The nation is left as orphans. Our nation will forever remember you. Our father of the nation, farewell.
Yaro omwiriki wilandurathano ndahara kuninganga shiwaturapo kuchatukirire kwashi tunokupopya ashike pamoto chingo kucha nandisimane kerekesha umwe eithanoje ngweri nena mochi tusidimburuko chata tekuru chafishuna chanuyoma edina yanje ngae Ndilimani Herman Ipumbu gashi chapopiwa ngono ndi yomna chipundiwo malero getuga hetatu mumbangala ntuo chilongo o nanditambe nesimaneko mitonjino ndinekererwa kewiriko yerandurathano opondi ganje ekundo no mahekereko getu omorwezepo yatatekuru yonkokoli presidente wetu tatekuru shafishuna shanuyoma ngashi chapopiwa mano ndi apo pondikalerepo omalero geriga etatu gokumbangarantu omalero getungano ongashi ne ondonga ukwanyama uukwambi Ngandjera ombarantu ukwaludhinu ukoronkhadhino mbanja ogonde gapenje ochina kuwaniswa opo ndivule okukalanda ganja omahekereko kukuku omuserekazi kukuko bambo nuyoma noko luvaro alushe nokatekuru eotatiwo nanditumbulewo tatekuru kompresidente gochilongo tatekuru nangolo mbumba ngono akalerwa ponena ko vice president meme tumbo nandi ndaitwa o tatekuru hishike punye o twasimaneka okukalapo kohemo kati ketu aolike ngaene omoro china kuwanishwa ashike kandalina na ndiwete ongae umwego ma ntumbo taburu okwetacha mochituthi shino chatatekuru ndali ndirongekidhira okuhekerekwa ashike sho malero gapenje ndininge shino onde chitamba no tanditaranga kucha otandikashulira na chopeni omwiriki wilandurathano oshoka tatekuru ngengo otompopi otovulu kumpopya omasiku nandogeyo 20 inomana okumpopya akutukutu otatuliri tafishuna tatuliri onjai ekonjero manguruko tatuliri onjai omtotipo nomkokoli wepangelo ya Namibia tatuliri onjai hendunge tatuliri onjai honseo tatuliri onjai hehanganitho onjai heuno onjai kaina katongo nonjai hombiri sene pamwe na aleri amweyo pamthigululwakalo tandivulu kuhololange ikucha tatekuru otwemchuwa meyo vilimwe 1983 ochali mwezi wa Kotomba sho ali aunganeke okongolesa njono yali tainingwa ponje ochilongo yo taikwatere moone no mbaya adhika elimeni yo chilongo pethimbo njono ye konjere manguruko nenge tuche pethimbo njono yita okwali kwaunganekwa ne olwendo nolunenenene mono milongo 33 opoluhe ko Zambia opo kukakundathanwe nokukuvithathanweko kutya osuwapo tailalakanene chike no chike chapumba okuningwa. Kwali kwakala Namibia oyendji yelimo maithano ga yooloka. Tezimbulukwa nawa mochendo mono mwali muna yamwe omanangeshefa, mwali omwakwatelwa omunangeshefa mewiliko lyanangeshefa tatekulu Eliakima ya Namjembo yakwali naye kumwe gomokuume komukokoli. Awiliki engereka dishe pethimbo ndiazo no twaituna Elisina, Katolika, Anglikana, Noruana. Nayo yali ya dhakalirwapo. Alerine yo pantigurua karo. Oyali mewiliko jatatekuru Omukwaniilwa Emmanuel Kauruma Elifasa. Nande pethimbo njokali omnachipundi wao. Oyenga ali akwatere komesho ongundunjo yaile ponje. Kwali wopwendwa pamwe n'ongundu njono yali aithana Damara Cancer yali taiwili kwa komsamane Justus Garweb. Pali tahana pateri komesho nenge na iyo ikuruntu yosuwapo meni yochilongo tatekuru Henry Gwetboy gono ali omtiali presidente gonguli yosuwapo pethimbo ndiaka nomochendo mwali munao tatekuru Nathanael Makwiriri, Nico Beseng ya na wenji no meme El Kala Makur no meme Dr. Rastika Ipinge oyali ya tereko mesho ya mambo yali mochenda kadira kipandulisa okukala antu ya mona nenge alelio pansigurwa karo yazi mochilongo okuya ponje opo yakamone chitachilalakanenwa ya mokongolesa mono yosuwapo kokambwe cha Zambia otatakanekwa mokuthika kwetu kiyo ombia yathikirwe ponje ochilongo mo Zambia unene onkalelipo ngwali akalelapo osuwapo pethimbo njono mo Zambia tatekuru David Chimwino ochowo nzeika ukungu tekuru no tatekuru Arona Shiepo tatekuru Idipo Antenya tatekuru Akekenkop no showo Patrick Arugada ngono ali evi mo protokolo ashike aese akwetumbano nenge alelimbano katuya nawe mwenyo dao na dibururu kwe mombili popone pakatsakanena ona tatekuru tafishuna onjai ita ekonjero manguruko onjai ita yokakurumbati omkomandi goplana metsakaneko yetu otatsakanekwa kanona yetumbono yali evi mupongekwa oyatsakanene nase notiali chenditha emwenyo dhetu shoyali imbino kuli kucha oyaroroko kukalameni yangola antu na ukamba we mburu na utewepo na tukuseni omishaera tupereshe keshe omleli alipo kwali chema komwenyo tochiri ununa wali ulimo njurukwe yo ekonjero manguruko oyali evigu ye rurungashina na hachipopiwa ukadhona mbuno unona umwe mbuno wali ulimewili koja meme Marta Amapindi Irunga okongolesa opali pakundwa alili yopamisi uruakalo nde fatulirwa nawa chaera kucha ekonjero manguruko kalishi okuzipaga kwanirwa no malenga tate kuchafishuna tapapihemene ngashi tamrombwerwa kemburu ndere konjero manguruko otali konjere ochirongo chikale cha manguruka cho chikale chilimi kasha ya Namibia eoene akwanirwa etu no malenga getu otaka kara eringashi eri hangashi tamrombwerwa kemburu kucha swapote muzipagi o chali omkumo omnene o yazire ko yaho matekwa twazire ko twa matekwa ya nondiwete ochali chaganja nokuli omkumo omnene kwashi antu yagarukire kochirongo o kwatameka okukarata kulikwa nenge tatuningirwa mapurapuro genji nga mbatwaliko twali tulike utewe tumbuno waju utewe kongoleza mu tamba kanse mu 33 ndio ndikananga sigopaisha ya tatekuru konima ochi ontumasho washa na uga matango ondaki sanwa opondie kombere wae ondai kombere wae okweane tapuranje o nduvite kuna omleri aza kukwambi nde utakuti omtekuru wipumbu ya chirongo ayo ngai tatekuru o ngwe nani ngwe omtekuru nkwetu ngbe omwameme ngae omtekuru nangae wipumbu ya chirongo ngae ondaza mumchimba wakandenge omwaina okwanirwa negumbo jakandenge yomwaina wakukuna kuvara Ipumbu anongono idina ye kuku nachuye nae okwavarwa kandenge yarandura sana hetapuranje natango kuchao chiga chanigwa kochirongo ai kochirongo tatekuru kwalinga mochiwike chino chaziko palipuna enjembo yemburu yirimo chakatimia nde oyali yumba akwachiwana pomkunda myape monono piwiongo okwaliwo kuna omaroliga mwego makakunya ga stamba nenge ga botsa umwego mana nge shefa yetu lopo pepine mkunda zetu pona mpilambea tatekuru ali omnange shefa mwadina wa mesho nokonima okwapulamba ndenda nayo ndacho tulipo amwe na tatekuru Yohanesa chilinga yamwe na tatekuru Ingbeta ya Shipala hono opone epatamekera ekwatasano yetu yakora na mwameme ya no makundo neko ni mashotwaziko wahagafikinga pamba ya mwengika haburuku kwatasana nayo etati na popisile njepo okatokoliso shokai milonga tatekusha fishuna ya Namibia okwatsakanene noe sho ya muchirongo pahambirira sana nombiri ko chitoporo ne sia chaka hatusia kara spice ko venduka ya no sho eke ya ko chitoporo achoko ambo kondangwa okwaningwa erandura sano yokucha iendizo mbi tea okurongisa ko ambo pesimbonjono na ifarwe konamega okanjitu kone etwa kwali mewiriko ya 12 ireka ne pando ampanda George Kambara na Hoplong Ipinge oyenjine yali tandiburu kwa mana mazina gao aishe ya shino otandi chipopira shike uprofeti wembota tupopi mano waza kokule ya oshoka kwa chisheshi hadira no kwa chisheshi haturamilonga ohachi takanitwa ya ongura shokwa cha andro ya costa ya auto okuya kokapale kondangwa no kapale ono kondangwa okwali kwa propikina kokwe okanona okachona ono takakavura kumzale kongara ya matine mbalo nepando na mbono yalipo oyatalanga muno na wanje tu yota mono mone okanona kalikene burangi konlongo na imwe hono kedina nekuru paifo kanona kisanwa Rusia Ipumbu ngono paifo eri o minister ipindi mepangero ya Namibia kokalika kendale kongara pezimbo kena evura disikemo ngashinga tutichina wakucha tatekuru okwali okuhole misiguru wakaro ngashita chipopiwa mano okuhole wo ongereka okuza pono otwairo kegumbo yongereka ko tatekuru dumeni na onde monanga muno nokuza ko tatekuru dumeni otwea ko tatekuru kauruma elfas Omukwaniilwa wondonga nokuza ko tatekuru kauruma otwea ko tatekuru yafeta mkundi muno metunda Ngandjera nokonima ne yo mathimbo yakakara kokonima okwea ne konamega kanja mwaina hono akara hea ethimbo nethimbo ya ewe mathimbo gamwe shokwali tende mo magumbo ngono kwali aromborwa kutya aye ino karara mo magumbo gomiti otokalika ko kenjeni kwachike de era kaye arusho yonjo yaliti pongudu opo panjeni ponjara omtoko opo panja nyoko oyuya mukuro ali haganja tatekurunjo ikando aishe opakara no hepe peapa na mega ya okwali hea no kuli nande inaninga ochage nenge ochirage tachuburu kuningwa ashike eskunjono ongura ya ngere openi tusio manya yunenge itusiesa ngashitatu dimburu kwa shotwali po chitusi tachuguni na tata tekuru Omukwaniilwa kauruma ya okwali esimbali sha tukara pemsiga megumbo no kuli pegumbo oetati ni deni ngaye megumbo onganda kereramo antu batayamo ngati yakundu ya so endatayamo tati na farwe kuyeke akunde tati mekuru na Ndilimani kaimo muno mekuru hakunkwao kesa kondonga Ndilimani naho kwa kesa kondonga vamunu pyakaziweni mweweta mhano pombara kopieni ndi upwakene ngandi unyolende ndi upe Ndilimani shashisho twa megumbo muya otwali mona tatekuru patamba sana nawa onga amaina sana chilingashi etipopye nonga shi akara etisimanek onjai hetu njino otatu tidirikena wakucha ohaninga ochinji mo Namibia ohaninga ochinji mo misiguru wakaro ya getatu garukire natango kokudhiradhira shono alerio pamfiguru wakaro yali pethimbo ndia na shoya yakale paife pethimbo ya Nujoma ochina eoloko ya matutu onja injino tatekuru tafishuna oyo akaron pateri commission no mganji maere agwana gagwana shotakuto tekota mango yo chirongo cha Namibia opo omisiguru wakaro na alerio misiguru wakaro yakale paterwa unga nevi waturamo kucha otalikara taliwiri kwa ku presidente ashikawi alerio pamfiguru wakaro na yakale akwaseri ya presidente na chishe shitachi apo na vuro kukara ha chipopino hachi no haganja uyerere ano otopakara ngaka no mtekuru kwetu ya Ochirongo opochimanguruke ochali ochina kuwanishwa ochidhiu. Oshoka opalipuna impinde oinji. Ochinimashino chevi o tatekuru okwaganja nzia meo virimo matrombo ino mirongo ina imwe kuningwe omtumba mnene taukunda sanevi anga inakuningwa oveta omavi momtumba muno omowo mwakunda sanenwe omaupyakazi ageshege na chanevi momo mwaningirwe omatokoro goveta ngotagati bono ena faramo zinji yarandisepo farama zimeke pangero zodi tururure a Namibia ya membono kaena omavi no kaena matakara unene tu oenji omwombo yali mo exile na monenwe omashara ochali omewiriko yonja injino yetu njitatulire nine nama omewiriko ye kwatotwa omtumba waleri opanfigurwa karo hakalatago ngarapamwe yo yakundafane omaupyakazi ngono geli mi toporo omalero go omfigurwa karo omewiriko ye mwene kwa njanju kunu no kwa ungwano mea ngono gali mochirongo gapumba ethimbo njono eiremo okwazere no kuli kembinga ngashi dimwe mitopuro ngashi Uukwambi miyane skora hazipata shashika pena omea tandi mburukwa nenyamene atameketa tango okusa omnino gomea taguzi kogongo egukisa munanda ilongambyo tatekuru kanduete pena omzu teke dimba nonduvite kutya twapumbwa ngangu taninga enyoro yomambo nase ale lyopanfigurwa kale betumone shashatu buruku karao pabwezamo shotu ete chikupandulira tatekuru wetu shwetu ningira oshoka okwetu ningira inima inene mbyo itaturuku kazimbana ndenande menkara mwenyo zetu kwawika omalucheno gakatandera no chirongo cha Namibia achishe kwakepo omarandula fano omakuno gikuyangashi omarushike kalibeza huya omewiko akarata konjo nini maisha mbionote tapo eklinika pethimbo njono tatu kwatere mono kulingasho klinika etu idirangandiri mfano njono ali hakusa enyara ye mwene nokuya atale kucha otaifumu komeshongini itatuke mzimbwa unene ngomalero omfigurwa karo olunji kuhole okulinga oshungi he ohetso mkumo otwakala nenaye aluse konima yo Christmas imwe ya pitipo o Christmas ndi ali okuno kuyatwiza nene na mega ya otwali chili tuna ekwatafano no o Christmas ayo mavigali mirongo mbali nandatu nayo otweiza na pamwe naye shotwaliwo twakundafana tatunga nekengeno evaro ye yomo mavigali nane likakaleko ashike pethimbo mfono ne tatekuru okwakasikapo akwatwa kunhundika chona no no yetu njono inalika hawe komesho okwali afonyeka haminikila mochirongo achishe cha Namibia okwali onkwafi wakeshe umwe no waeshe unene tu alelio pamisiburwa karo kubinga alelio pamisiburwa karo omdokota juno kwemudana konhanda onene njono itamburu geizimba ya tateku oengane omhanganisi oya ahanganisa ngashikwe chipopimya kumhanganisi ahanganisa alelio pamisiburwa karo oshoka pethimbo limwe no pomathimbo nge agapiti kayali haenda sana oyali atopola pa mihoko eopwali pena omatumwalaka nomalakango hagati Omukwaniilwa ihavulu kuyata ehoni ihavulu kuyata omafo shaningira kutya otwali takukeelelwa aantu opo kapaathane endunge shaashi nani kota kutya omuntu inayata ehoni nenge inayata omafo okakamona endunge okuyakwa ombeya batavulu kumkwatha mochima chontumba chili nando mochilongo che nenge chili momikunda dhomochilongo che. Wetu dhimbulukitha otudhane ituthi ngaashi omagongo ya otatu dhimbulukwa lela nawa shaashi omo twatamekele nokuli nochituthi shono muno mongandjera pethimbo nyono lya tatekulu Nkundi omo twechitameka nopali yagandja omayele omawanawa. Ondjayi yetu ohazapo ohetthigilo lwepo ashike ohetulongela ohetupa omadhiladhilo ngomuntu inolikolamo cha mondjayi muno wali popepi naho kuna weshi nokandikola nokatuchi kutegelela ukalikolewe peni onkalamwenyo nontseyo omonkalamwenyo. Vululukwa nombili mwameme tatekulu frende hanje ya si gowa mono kwa ruda ose twaruda konima we tatulandulawo mpono wahi oshoka ndono oho ashikonjira akesha gumwe kombanda evi ategelela endemo. Omwenyo gomukokoli presidente wetu nashe ochigwana cha Namibia na guvululukwe mombili halushe tangi unene alilisa auliki.
Yaro, thank you Nene Tatekuru, Herman Ndilimani Ipumbu, Chief of the Uukwambi Traditional Authority and the Chairperson of the 8th Northern Traditional Authorities. Thank you so much, Tatekulu. The next item or the next tribute, we are going to accord this opportunity with a performance by the Namibian Defense Force Military Band. But before that, my co-director, Mr. Nilo Tapopi, has got something to announce.
Dear mourners, it is for the first time in the history of this country to mourn, to have ourselves in this kind of mourning. We have found ourselves in big problem. The technology happened to indicate that we are receiving a lot of calls from outside, those who are watching. Apparently, when it comes to the vernacular language, the language is spoken to this area, most of the people, they are eager to learn and to hear what are the honorable or the traditional authorities have said. But because of the time, I would like to propose, not only to this gathering, even to the gathering outside those who are watching us, more especially the NBC, I hope and I trust they will be able to give a short translation. Therefore, please bear with us. It's rather difficult to translate the two statements from the two traditional authorities. That is for the King of Ngandjera and the recent statement was made by Tatekulu Ipumbu. I hope we are in the same boat. Now the performance from the Namibia Defense Force Military Band. Then immediately we are going to listen to the message of SWAPO Party by Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, the Secretary General of SWAPO Party.
Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremonies, for having given SWAPO Party through me the chance to deliver the tribute during this very extraordinary occasion on the passing on of our leader, Dr. Safisuna Nujoma, our founding president of the Republic of Namibia. Mekulu Kovambo Nujoma, our founding first lady, and the widow of our late founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. The children, the siblings, Meme Julie Angelo, your grandchildren, and the whole bereaved family represented here, Tate Kuruseli Utoni Nujoma. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of SWAPO Party and President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, and Tatekulu Ndaitwah. Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Hifike Punye Pohamba, our second President of the Republican SWAPO Party in Mekulu Pohamba, Dr. Sarah Kubongerwa Madila, our Prime Minister and Madila, our Secretary General, the Deputy Comrade Herunga. Comrade Governor, you are the host. I do not want to go wrong because the founding president, his spirit will call me to order if I will not salute the traditional authorities. Tatekuru Mupiya and all Uukwambi ehamba noende irongo mulimo katiketu. O tatekuru agalikaneni yetu pagereka obisofa yetu mulimo ipundi yevururuko. Tatekuru dumenu, tatekuru shangala, tate sapaka sakaporo ndemona mono, tatekuru ndubukuti liberus. A veteran the liberation struggle yetu yosiwana shetu sa Namibia omakoma yana uyoma. E komanda dae e didakala hadiko monene ke kofi mokumangurula oshirongo shetu. Alidisa oya kwetu, comrades and friends. Manga inandia mosiptupurwa sange esindapewa pamberewa. Ndahara kusitumbura kutia sihapu osapopiwa. Ondahara okupandura tatekuru na hasangura mokukala wetupa ehokorolo lyosiriri nasa no tatekuru tanangarahma. Opotukale teilongerako. Ondahala okukala ndilimo siwiro sa tatekuru sirandura sange. Senatango otadarwa ambara esikulimwe. He is a 12 May child and I am a 13 May child. That's why the same character. I would like to say the following, my dear comrades. Kutia karunga ketu kanangobe takale etupa ompepo yokukala twalindimana mokukala atukwena nokuhambelela omwenyo wompresidente wetu omukokoli omdokotora tatekuru Safisuna Nujoma. Ondahala okuwedapo pitia kutia evula adipopiwa eovilimwe omathere omugoi omirongo bali nomugoi tatekuru so avarwa de topwikine tatekuru kutia okwenda enjira difike peni de topwikine evira de topwikine omashina gokorutenda de topwikine korupavi onde indekera kutia natukale twesitaera kutia oshawana heno oshawanenena oshawana karunga ketu shiwali wetumpa otwapandula otwasawana karunga ketu shiwali wetumpa okwetulongela omulumendu wanekanda okwetulongela. And therefore ondaida kwena ukandenena ondatokola okukala ndafikama ndamwena thiru omwene akale etukonjera atusheni. I'm standing here with great pain and difficulty to share a consoling message on behalf of SWAPO Party. And I am going to confine myself to the role that His Excellency Comrade Dr. Sam Safisuna Nujoma played in SWAPO as a liberation movement and SWAPO Party as a ruling party in an independent Namibia. But I'm telling you to talk and to tell the people about Nujoma. Yes, the commander of this traditional authority have said, you need 2 months maybe to do that. On the 9th of 2025 February, we as Namibians woke up without our founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Safishuna Nujoma, who passed on in the evening hours of the 8th of February 2025. We were and we are still deeply saddened by his passing on. Although we knew he had not been well for quite some times, but still nothing had prepared us for that sad news. A giant indeed of our struggle for freedom and independence has fallen. His roaring voice has gone silent forever. Today, we are paying tribute to a man who epitomized and framed the aspiration of the Namibian people in their long and bitter national liberation struggle. President Nujoma knew and understood his historic mission, that the fate has been played on his shoulder, and he shouldered it without looking back, but looking forward to make sure Namibia is free. He had eloquently presented the hardships of the people of this country were enduring under the then brutal apartheid colonial regime of South Africa to the world at large. He was our Moses of our time. Through his voice, the world saw the suffering of the Namibian people. As president of SWAPO from its birth, on the 19th of April 1960, President Nujoma had been the embodiment and aspiring face of the liberation struggle for the Namibian independence, the right to self-determination. From the day SWAPO was formed, Dr. Nujoma never rested, tirelessly working hard, day and night, championing the cause of Namibia's independence and freedom. His voice echoed in the world capitals, mobilizing national and international support for the liberation of our motherland, Namibia. For 3 decades, President Nujoma relentlessly spearheaded the liberation struggle on political, military, and diplomatic fronts to bring about Namibia's independence and freedom. In the chambers of the United Nations, the non-alignment movement, the Organization of African Unity, he boldly championed the cause of the Namibian people, exposing the brutalities and as perpetrated against the Namibian people by the white minority regime of South Africa. His voice rolled throughout the world, chronicling and systematic exploitation of the Namibian people, her resources by the then greedy apartheid South Africa and its Western imperialist allies, whose multinational companies were part and parcel of exploitative setup. Indeed, we cannot go without mentioning the role played by following countries: former Soviet Union, Ngwetu sapoto katusha no pepesha no makarova. We cannot today not mention the People's Republic of Cuba, Fidel Castro and his people, the sacrifices that have endured by them to see to it Namibia is free and it is free forever. We cannot go on forgetting the Republic of Angola, former Tanganyika, now United Republic of Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Vietnam, People's Republic of China, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Algeria, and many other countries. The same role was played by the liberation movements, MPLA of Angola, ANC of South Africa, CCM of Tanzania, Frelimo of Mozambique, and ZANU-PF of Zimbabwe. Thank you. Nujoma to say thank you today because of your contributions. It was under his leadership that the SWAPO party well-articulated anti-apartheid colonial strategy woke up the international community, understood our plight, and started imposing sanctions against the then apartheid South African regime. As a result, the then apartheid minority regime of South Africa found itself increasingly isolated. Its colonial occupation of Namibia was declared illegal, and apartheid was declared a crime against humanity. Despite all this, international efforts to end apartheid, the then South African regime continued its illegal occupation of Namibia, with Pretoria remaining intransigent, snipping and the international community with impunity. They never wanted to listen whomsoever was talking for the independence of our country and our motherland. In the face of this blatant disregard of the international community, President Nujoma and the leadership of SWAPO Comrade Pohamba included took our struggle to another level. The armed liberation struggle that started on August 26, to 1966, whereby the People's Liberation Army of Namibia was born, and the first fire was fired at Onkulumbashi by the soldiers commanded by our commander-in-chief. In life, President Nujoma had proven his virtues in action. He led our struggle as difficult as it was. His majestic sense of purpose, and he has never wavered. Once was said, when the history of Namibia will be written one day, SWAPO will stand firm where others have wavered. Our commander-in-chief, we are here to celebrate your life. We are here to thank you for what you have done for our country, Comrade Commander. As a commander-in-chief of plan, President Nujoma displayed unmatched military genius. He was a military strategist of note, a commander that was given to us by the Almighty God at the right time. Glory to your departed soul, Comrade Commander. Under his leadership, plan became a formidable army that the former apartheid regime of South Africa feared the most. Combatants of plan inflicted heavy casualties on the apartheid South African Defense Force, the SADF, then the surrogate forces of the Southwest Africa Territorial Forces, the SWATF and the Kufuts, until victory was achieved when SWAPO won the 1989 UN-supervised elections. At independence, on the 21st of March 1990, Dr. Nujoma was sworn in as our founding president. He led the country for 15 years and our party for 17 years. That is after independence, but in totality, Dr. Nujoma led the SWAPO party for 47 years. Through his leadership, SWAPO party adopted policies of national reconciliation, as was said already by many speakers. The foundation of peace and stability we enjoy today. From that day onwards, Comrade Nujoma took on the mammoth task of nation building, setting up infrastructures, and mobilizing resources to grow the economy of our country. Under his leadership, the SWAPO party-led government succeeded in consolidating our hard-won freedom and independence. Under his leadership, the SWAPO party-led government rolled out many developmental projects designed to bring services closer to the people in sectors such as education, healthcare, water, electricity, housing, road infrastructures, mushroomed all over our country. Poverty alleviation programs were put in full swing. As president of the country, the independent country, Dr. Nujoma, goes through policies and comprehensive legislations agenda designed to heal the wounds of apartheid injustices. Many racist laws and policies were scrapped, repealed, and abolished. New ones which spoke to the realities of the new Namibia were enacted, with the President Nujoma firmly and in charge. The Racial Discrimination Prohibition Act repealed and done away with. The Labor Act, the Social Security Act, the Affirmative Action Act, and the Married Persons Equality Act were promptly passed in the parliament to protect and defend the people's hard-won liberties. President Nujoma, attention centered on redirecting resources to the needs of the previously neglected communities of our motherland, thus improving the basic living conditions of the poor while laying the foundation of firm government with its eyes set on national building, and only that. Under his leadership, the growth of Namibia's school system had been dramatic. Preventive and primary health care, like child immunization, continued to be central focus. Irrigation, as was said already, was brought to the fore, so as rural electrification and others. We are mourning a hero. We are mourning a commander. He protected also our marine resources with laws. Glory to your departed soul, our commander. Comrade Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma made and wrote to history His story is known by each and everybody of us. Namibia is what it is today, all thanks to his leadership. Thank you, Comrade Commander. Last year, on the 11th of July, 2024, Comrade Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma invited me to his residence, and as usual, his words of wisdom were that SWAPO party must always be protected. Unity should always prevail, and we must remain vigilant as the imperialists want the former liberation movements out of power. Without our commander, to honor your words and your commandment, for there is faith in your words and there is stability in your peace. Nujoma Karieno Kangoro Nakaya. He made sure that he pulled all of us together. He made sure that he allocated all the tasks to the people he trusted. And he made sure that whatever he is allocated to you, he knew that you will be able to perform. And that is the commander. He knows, and he knew the tactics, he knew the strategies, he understood the skills and the expertise of each and every Namibian. And when you are given your commandment, when you are given your directive and your instruction, you are not called with us, you will be called alone. So that at least when you go and sleep with it, that you will be directed to do what is right for the country and what is right for his people. We are mourning you, my commander. We are mourning you, but we are not shedding tears anymore, for you have done a lot for this country, and we are grateful, Comrade Commander. As Namibians, we are mourning and celebrating the life of an icon of our national liberation struggle, a life lived with multiple purposes. The seeds he sowed at independence bear fruits. We weep and we shall reap today as a peaceful, democratic, and stable nation. Thank you, Commander. You are now at peace. You made sure your country is free. You made sure that you decided to cross the border knowingly that it is either death or life. But you decided to cross because you had a mission to fulfill for your motherland. As I come to terms with his passing on, Comrade Pohamba, our uncle, SWAPO party is looking upon you for wisdom. Your little girl in the SWAPO party headquarters is looking upon you, my commander. The SWAPO party as a party is looking upon you, my commander. You are the person who is left. You are the encyclopedia who is having the history of Nujoma. We will be expecting you, Comrade Commander, to tell us. Having said that, I then want to, on behalf of SWAPO Party, thank Mekulu Kovampo Nujoma and the children for having taken care of our father, the father of the Namibian nation. I would like, on behalf of SWAPO Party, thank the drivers and the drivers most especially, who never gave up our commander to the enemies. They protected him From that time, of the 1960s up to the end, they made sure that they delivered Nujoma alive so that at least he could again lead his country in independent Namibia. Thank you very much, those of you who have been tirelessly guarding our commander. I have seen you and I know you. Members of the Liberation Army of Namibia plan. Omakomaganu yomamba makomonena kekothi mokudenga omtondi no kweta osilongo shedu. Nujoma neno tempandula tati sharongo mwali pati engena kadona. Ngeno kwali kamwali pongeno itainandirira amauke. Tangyo makomanu Nujoma mepoya taiturombwere kutia okwati tangi morwashi omaita osilongo shetu. With that, may the soul of our Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, the first president of Swapo Party, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, Tate Kulu Tate Mwameme, Commander-in-Chief, may the Almighty God set your soul, a revolutionary soul, at the right place, our Moses. We have no question because we have done everything what you could do for this country. Director ceremonies, we remain silent. We remain resolute. And we say, la lucha continua, la victoria es certa. Namibia must be united. Swapo must be united. La lucha continua, la victoria es certa. And I thank you very much. No, Yoma. Netopa. Ngandjera Kosego Kosigoto Nando Beze Tekendo solo la Elenga. Thank you very much.
Nujoma wetu komanda tulimangululeni. Nujoma wetu komanda tulimangululeni. Pepe so ilike bondiro na upatuluke. Pega bondiro na upatuluke.
Sophia, Secretary General Swapo, Pandura, Oshike Wavimbwa, Shuaito, Soviet Union, Tusapo, Pepeshane, Katushane, Makarova, Wavimbwako, Aka, 47, Wafanji, Kengagunda, Vimbwa, Okutumbura, Natatekuri Komkwara, Otongo Shino, Ngomkwaniilwa Ukaluzi, Nedipopia Hike, the former First Lady, Memepene Pahamba, Naji Nadim Popia. Onananga Ikandimba, Nombraso Okudimapo, Murashi Nandi Popiambo, Gainandi Popiano, Nukolon Havi, Kutuakare Wapom, Ombiri, Tachirandurako, Tisana. Now, the next in our program, message by His Excellency, Dr. Hifike Punye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Comrade the Director of Ceremonies, for giving me the floor. Comrade Netumbo Ndaitwa, our future coming president. Comrade Sophia Shangwa, Swapo Party Secretary General. Tatekulu Mupiya, Omukwaniilwa Etunda Ngandjera, Tatekulu Ipumbu, I don't know whether I should call you Omukwaniilwa. You came from the Mepataloba Kwanairwa. But let me say, the chief of Uukwambi, I respect the other traditional leaders who are here. Comrade Governor of Ansati region and the other governors of different regions of our republic. I have a colleague of mine with whom we started what we are now talking about. That is Comrade Benny Amadila and his wife. I have also to recognize those who fought for this country, the plan cadres, and other leaders involved in the liberation struggle of our country. May I also recognize the presence of leaders of our church denominations in this country. There may be others whom I have not mentioned. I say sorry, but you are also recognized by me. Comrade Chairman, I feel very happy to be chaired by Comrade Tapopi, as well as by the mayor of the town of Okahau. When about 2 weeks ago, Comrade Kalumbi Shangula informed me that Comrade Nujoma was in hospital. I rushed to the hospital. And when I saw the comrade, I found him in a critical situation. Then, in midnight, on the 8th of February, information came, delivered to me by Comrade Shikongo, the leader of the police force in this country. He told me that your friend and your leader, Comrade Ngandjera, has passed away. As I said, I saw him in a very critical situation. When I left the hospital, I was expecting anything to happen. When that happened, when I got the information, I rushed to Finduk to see Meme Kovambo, Nujoma, Comrade Utoni Nujoma, and the other members of the family who were there at that particular time. My wife and I have come to Okahau to express on person our condolences to Safishuna Nuyoma's family, right at the place where he was born. Dear comrades and friends, members of the Nujoma family, again we express our condolences to you for the passing on of my leader, our leader, Comrade Safishuna. I just want to get into a brief history. And I must say thank you, Comrade Nahas, for reading the history about Sam Nujoma. Although you could not make it as long as it is, because if you were to read it, we were to take about 5, if not 10 days, because it's too long. However, I want also to touch the history of my living with Comrade Safishuna. In 1961, it's now about 63 years ago, I traveled after I was harassed and flogged by the traditional authority leaders at Ohangwena. So I decided, together with my two comrades, the situation was very difficult, I must say. Very difficult. Traveling on foot to go to an area where we could catch the transport or cars. And that was at Katwitwi. We traveled on foot from our village to Katwitwi. We disguised ourselves as Angolans. But when we got there, our appearance was different from the Angolans that we met there. Some people wanted to know which part of Angola we came from. We said we are Angolans. I recall, as we were traveling, one man recognized Mzee Simon Kaukungwa. No, not that time, I'm sorry. I said that we were three. The situation was very difficult. We ended up in South Africa, working in the mines. Before I worked in Chumeb, I have never entered into the underground in the mine. But in South Africa, I did. I went there, and I was made to work by young miners from Mozambique, speaking the Fanakaro language. I could not speak it. But then I got angry. I took the spade, the shovel that I was having to fight them, and I did the fight. They took me outside with the bus boys. When we went up, they reported me to the white man. And the white man tried to speak to me in Lapa, what's it? He wanted to speak to me in the Fanakalo. And then I took my little English that I knew. I was trained at Odibo. Now the man got surprised to see a black man speaking English. He wanted to know where I come from. And we started talking. The Mozambican boss boys, they got so worried. And they were asked to leave the place. And I talked to this white man. The white man said I should come tomorrow, and when I come, I must just come to his office. He gave me some, but again I returned into the mine. And they put me on a very heap of stones to remove it. I was alone. And I wanted to show that I can do the work. I'm telling you, I got tired. I was very, very tired. When we went outside, it was the end of the month. We went to get the money, our salaries. At the home, we used to be told that if you go to join, it's called the join something. If you go there, you have to receive money in your head, because the money is too much and it cannot fit in your hands. Alas, when they put the money in my head, they put in 2 rands. 2 rands. I never received 2 rands when I worked in Chumel. I said, where is my money? They said, you traveled from Katwitwi with the Wenela trucks, and the trucks brought you to Muhembo in Bechuanaland. From Bechuanaland you were flown to Francistown. Oh, it was bad. There was nothing I could do. What I did, I told my friend that, look, I'm going. I'm going. I prepared myself because I understood that the churches, when you are walking, they can fight you. I prepared myself. I got the umkonda. Lucky enough, nothing was done to me. I wanted to see a man called Philippe Nehemiah. Philippe Nehemiah is the son of Nehemiah, a senior headman in Uukwambi. And this is the man who punished me, who passed the judgment on me to be flogged. So I said, I'm going to Sem Nujoma. I'm going to Sem Nujoma, and the first thing I'm going to ask is to go for military training. I traveled, and it was very difficult. At that time, in 1960, Congo got independence, and the Patrice Lumumba was the prime minister. But the leaders in Congo could not agree. Moise Tshombe decided to separate Katanga from the rest of the country. Now, when I was traveling from Bulawayo, going to Lusaka, northern Rhodesia, on the train I met a young man who was coming from the University of Lesotho. We became friends, and we talked. I told him that I was a freedom fighter coming Southwest Africa. And he said, we in Northern Rhodesia are fighting to liberate ourselves from the British colonialism. If you are going to Tanganyika, I can take you close to Tanganyika. So this young man assisted me to get a ticket, another ticket from Lusaka to go to Ndola. Ndola is a town in the north of northern Rhodesia. When you're going to Kasama, northern Rhodesia from Ndola, you have to pass Katanga. I passed the Katanga. Just at the border there, which is not far away from Ndola. And my colleague, my friend, did not tell me that you are going to pass Katanga and that the borders are closed. He didn't tell me. I tell you how I was beaten by the Katangese soldiers. Finally, I went to meet the head of the Katangese soldiers in the area, who spoke a little bit English. And he said, okay, I will let you go, but never again pass Katanga without passports. As I was going out from the office, those soldiers started to try to beat me. He stopped them. There is a river. When you go to the other part of northern Rhodesia, you have to pass a river called Ropula. I'm telling you, when I got in that, the ferry, the boat, I got so scared. I was very scared. I could not even stand. I sat down because I was scared. When we crossed the river, the immigration the other side of northern Rhodesia, they came, they said that we were many, we should go through the immigration. I said, no, I have to find a way getting out from this. I sneaked out from the line, going into the office. In the line that the people were getting out from the office, we went in the bus. We went to a place called the Abekon. Abekon is somehow close to Tanganyika. So I hired a small hotel in a location. But in that hotel, I found some people sitting there, and one came from that group asking where I come from. I told him I came from Southwest Africa. That young man went back. And they said that, where are my papers? Why you did not report to us? I said, I don't have the papers, and I don't know where to report. So they said that tomorrow come. I went there tomorrow when tomorrow came. And I went there, they decided that I go to the White Commissioner. This young man that evening took me around the town or the locations of Abekon. I found a lot of houses were burned down by UNIP. UNIP is the party that was fighting for the freedom of Northern Rhodesia from the British. Now that young man said, look, when those people come tomorrow, I will find the way not to go to the White Commissioner. If you go to the White Commissioner, you are going to be deported to Southwest Africa. Well, the young men found a way. As they were trying to send me there, it was late. He called me back. And then we went to my small hotel room. He said, okay, pay your accounts. And then tomorrow morning I will come and pick you up. He came and put me in a taxi that rushed me to the place where the bus passes going to Tanganyika. I was very lucky or unlucky. As we were getting where the bus stops, the bus was going. The taxi driver drove fast, and it was dusty. The roads in northern Rhodesia were dusty. So if there were cars coming in front, we could have got into the accident. However, we could not get one from outside, in front. So we passed the bus, he stopped it, I got into the bus. We drove for half an hour. We got to the border. When we got to the border, it was raining. Those who were responsible for the road at the border, they just shifted the equipment that they put, and we went. When I went to the side of Tanganyika, I could see that I have entered into a different country. Photos of Mwalimu Nyerere and Rashid Kawawa, they were all over the town. I spent about 2 days in town waiting for a train to come from a place called Mpanda. When the train came, I boarded the train. It was on the 8th of December, 1961. People on the 9th were preparing for celebration for the independence of Tanganyika. I got to Dar es Salaam on the day of independence. When I got there, people were celebrating, and I asked where the freedom fighters were. I heard that they were in the building where all liberation movements were housed, in the same building, but having different rooms. I went there the following day. I was shown the place. There were no people because people were in the holiday. The following morning I came. I found the offices. There were many. I went into SWAPO room. I found a young man called Philip Ngungo. Philip Ngungo told me that the man who is heading the office is Solomon Mifima. Solomon Mifima was late. Later on, when he came, he found me there, and he asked me questions. I told him who I was. Sam Nujoma did not attend the celebration of Tanganyika's independence. He, Jacob Kuhangwa, who was the Secretary General of SWAPO, and Emil Apollos, who was responsible for information, they were out. After 2 or 3 days they came. They found me there. That was my first time to meet with his Safishuna Nujoma. We talked. Safishuna Nujoma had information about my flogging when I was flogged by the headmen and chiefs. We spent some days in Dar es Salaam. There were about 4 or 5 people, the Namibians, who were there. Was Member Putusa Apollos with children, Nora Pauls and the Joma Pauls. After some days in Dar es Salaam, Safishuna Nujoma called the meeting. At that time, young people such as Dipam Tenya and Philemon Kanime, they also arrived. They were in Dar es Salaam. Safishuna called us all. He said he wanted people to go back home because our people, there are many people who could not believe that a black man can rule a country. They talked about a black man cannot even make a needle. He could not rule the country. So Nujoma wanted us to go and tell the people that yes, indeed, we were in Tanganyika, a country that is ruling by itself, meaning ruled by the black people. At that meeting, I raised up my hand. He deeply raised up his hand. Sam Nujoma looked at us, and he felt that Hidipo was too young. We need Hidipo to go to school. Another man should raise up his hand. Eliandra Matale, not far away from Oshakati, raised up his hand. Sam Nujoma took us to a town southern of Tanganyika and handed us over to the comrades of UNIP. We went to Lusaka. We spent about 2 weeks in Lusaka. Nujoma was to send us some money. The money came. We traveled by rail from Lusaka to Bulawayo. From Bulawayo we traveled to wanting to go to Bechuanaland. We were arrested and kept in jail in southern Rhodesia for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks, 3. They deported us to South Africa. And the South Africans, they arrested us. And they kept us for several hours at the airport. Later on, they allowed us to go. They put us, we asked where is the hotel. They sent us to go to Carlton Hotel. Carlton Hotel is a hotel in the city of Johannesburg. Carlton Hotel, we stayed there for 3 nights. But the second night as we were walking along the road, apparently there was a lady who had seen us in Carlton Hotel, and she wanted to see us. She has been patrolling the road. Finally, when we got out, she came and talked to us in the local language. We could not respond. So she turned into English. She could speak English very well. Where you come from? We told her we are coming from Ghana, West Africa. Ghana is a liberated country. The lady started crying. She cried. You mean you came from a country governed by black people? We said yes. Then, that following day, we were making arrangements for us to travel to Windhoek. We traveled to Windhoek. At the border between Southwest Africa and South Africa. At the railway station, we met a gentleman who spoke Oswambo. And apparently he has been seeing us in the newspapers. We were in the newspapers in South Africa. So he wanted to know who we were. We told him. They said, let's go. There was a man, a Namibian, who was running a barber shop. He called the other Namibians who were nearby. And they give us a lunch. After the lunch, we traveled our way. We arrived in Windhoek after a day and a half. When we arrived in Windhoek, neither Matale nor me have been in Windhoek before. But then, back in Dar es Salaam, Comrade Hidipo gave us the address of his parents at the location in Windhoek. We took the taxi there. We found Mama Hamtenya, and they have been following the news about us. Mama Hamtenya knew that there were these Southwest Africans who have been in Southern Rhodesia. Now we say, yes, Meme, it's we. Meme Hamtenya received us. She made a bedroom for us. When the husband came, she found us giving food. We were very well received. President Hamtenya was also a member of SWAPO. He ran to see the leadership of SWAPO in Windhoek. Comrade David Meroro was acting as chairman, and the Comrade Johnny Aoto was there acting as Secretary General. We had a meeting with them for 3 days. And then when we went out, I think it was just a few hours, the South African police came to pick us up. When I say South African, I'm referring to those who were operating in Namibia. They took us to prison. We stayed in prison for 3 months. In fact, we were sentenced to 6 months. Then our colleague fought hard. They went to see the lawyers. So our sentence was cut to 3. We were escorted to a place they call our homeland. Comrade Matale, in fact, we traveled together from Windhoek to Grootfontein. In Grootfontein, we were divided because Matale was going to Uukwambi and I was going to Oshikano. At Shikongo, I found the white men who asked the headmen in Uukwambi to punch me and beat me up. That was a man called the Straydom. Straydom came and welcomed me. In fact, in Ipumbu, the trial when we were being charged, Straydom also was called. People like Nehemiah was there, and Gabriel Kauchima was there. Gabriel Kauchima was in charge. I think he was the secretary of the traditional authorities with an office in Ohangwena. Well, the white man greeted me and he said I should go home. I went back home. I spent the whole 1963 at home, but working hard. Finally, there came a minister of Bantu Affairs, and we organized ourselves. I was given a section from Odibo to the border for Kabango and Uukwambi there. Now the minister came. When the minister came, Commissioner Ukungwa, who was the chairman, wanted to ask questions. This minister of Bantu Affairs, he was not ready to answer our question. So Comrade Ukungwa said, if you are not going to answer my question, I'm going to walk out with my people. When he walked out, there was nobody left in the shade. There was a shade more or less like this one. Now, Comrade Ukungwa and the crowd was there addressing the meeting. Helia Weyulu. I'm sorry, I had to mention their names. Who was among the traditional authorities headmen. He came with the guns, pointing the guns to Ukungwa. The group, we used to walk with omikondas and katanas and spears. Helia found himself rounded up. The people say, you shoot, you are not going to live here. We saw him going back. When he went back, the meeting went on. Yet, apparently, because at that time in Owambo there were no many police officers, they went to call the police from Oshuarongo, Chumep, to come and look for Simon Ukungwa, wanted dead or alive. Simon Ukungwa ran away. He came to Okanhuti and he said, look, you know the way to Tanganyika. We have come, take us to Tanganyika. They were 3. They were 4 together. I had some little problems that I had to resolve. I gave them a week, and we went to hide them. Lucky enough, in our Ekobe, there is a sort of forest. We went to hide them there in the meantime. When I finished what I was doing, then we decided to go. On the 1st of March, 1964, we traveled, and we give a signal to our representative, Comrade Maxton Joseph Mutongolume, who was representing SWAPO in a small town of Francistown. Then, Comrade Sam Nujoma, Jacob Kuhangwa, and Emil Apollos, they traveled to meet us at the place called the Francistown. When we were flown there by Winela, Nixon had to fight to get us out from Winela. He succeeded to get us out. He took us to Sam Nujoma at a hotel. When we got there, we found that Sam Nujoma, Jacob Kuhangwa, and Emil Apollos have been served with a deportation order by the Bechuanaland Protectorate authorities. They were to leave. If they were not to leave, they were going to be deported. They were deported in actual fact. So, but he had the chance to talk. We talked. Nujoma gave instruction to Comrade Mtongolume to take us to a place called the Kazungula, alongside the river, that is Zambezi River, on the side of Botswana. That's where people used to cross the rivers. To cross the river going to Northern Rhodesia. But Northern Rhodesia at the time had a self-government. UNIP was government, and the counter was a prime minister. After some days, at that place we were allowed to go. Again, historically, while at that place, Tanganyika and Zanzibar formed a union, and the union called Tanzania. When we passed Northern Rhodesia, we went to Tanzania. We found Sam Nujoma waiting for us. And Sam Nujoma told us that he had sent soldiers who went to be trained in Cairo by Abdul Nasser. And those soldiers, the president of Tanganyika, given us a place. All freedom fighters living in Tanzania, they were given a place called the Congo. In the meantime, in 1963, the OAU was formed, and it established a branch called OAU Liberation Committee. And Nyerere said, let the Liberation Committee to come and have the headquarters here. The headquarters of the Liberation Committee, a branch of the branch of OAU, was there. And Nujoma said, let's go to the place called the Congo. That's where we have some of our soldiers. There were not many. We went to Congo. When we went to Congo, we found those who were there, together with those who came from Rhodesia, Mozambique, and which other country? And Kenya. At the time, Kenya was not independent. So, Nujoma said that we have to go to see the soldiers there and the place. And some of you will have to go and stay there. So, Amkoto, Kashkuka, Nepaya were told to stay there. Kaukunga and Pohamba come back with Nujoma. the colleagues, they could not go for military. They said, no. This is not what we have come for. We are going to go. They went to Kenya. They could not make it. So in Dar es Salaam, the time came when Northern Rhodesia was preparing to get its independence. They said, Nujoma said, Pohamba, you're going to run our office in Lusaka. In September 1964, we traveled to Lusaka. I was accompanied by the Secretary General of SWAPO, Emil Apollos. The Secretary General is Jacob Kuhangwa, and Emil Apollos. Nujoma flew to Lusaka. In the meantime, when we were there, we received a letter from Kanu. Kanu is Caprivi African National Union. The leader, Comrade Simbai and Comrade Maswahu, were arrested and taken to the other part of Southwest Africa. The Vice President Muyongo and the Secretary General of Kanu, they came, and we had a meeting with them, and we decided to form a merger. We formed a merger, which means that one party. Now, when we formed that party, in fact, we did not SWAPO. We just decided that SWAPO is going to take over Kanu. And the Kanu members, there were many. People like Kapero Kavajani, people like Greenwell Matongo, and others. They came. And when they came there, we said that we have a training center for soldiers in Tanzania. We took them there. They went there, a very big group. Some of them, of course, they left because they cannot afford, they could not afford. They went to Kenya like Nepaya Kashikuka did. Well, I don't think I have it really to go into the history. You are going to spend the night here. Now, what I... Huh? Yeah. Now, what we did, we remained SWAPO and the Kanu. We remained SWAPO and the Kanu, but the name was SWAPO. On the 24th of October, 1964, Northern Rhodesia got independence. And the name was Zambia. The president of UNIP, Comrade Kaunda, became the first president. Comrade Nujoma came to join them. And I was there as in charge. Muyongo was also there, acting as vice president. Now, we worked. Sam Nujoma was giving me instructions, and I obeyed those instructions. I saw young men coming from Zambia, from Namibia. One of them It's a comrade who was reading the history of Swapo here. Nahas Angula. And the president of this country was also there. They were at Kazungula. I went to get them there. Helmut Angula and many others. They came to Lusaka. We kept them there. There was a school by the Americans. I have forgotten the school name. Most of them, if not all, they went to that school outside Lusaka. Nahasangula was Elena who learned fast. He was admitted in the University of Namibia. I think he was one of the first university when the University of Namibia, Zambia was opened. Nahasa was there. Now people started coming from the Cape, which we call today Zambezi. Refugees started coming. We were given a place, a farmer, Comrade Benyamadila, I think was in charge of that place. And people came, children, etc. Nahangula started the school. He was the first person to study school in the settlements of Swapo in Lusaka. The time came when we were moved from the farm to a forest, to a place called Nyango. We called it Nyango. It was a forest. I don't think there was a name. So we went to Nyango and we developed the Nyango. We sent people, our people there. Some of them coming from the central part of the country. They came there. People like Meme Shombe. People like my wife. She was not my wife at the time. My current wife. They were there. There were many people. There were many people. Most of the people, including Shikongo, the men in charge of the police in this country. They were. Nahas traveled from the university in the holidays, going to that place to teach. Nahas is the father of education in Swapo. This is what I want to say. Comrades, I think the time is going. What I want to tell you is that you have heard from the comrades who were fighting. At that time, they were not there. We were lucky. Soldiers in Portugal, they made a coup. And a man who was Caetano, who succeeded Salazar. Is it Salazar? Yes, I think it's Salazar. Caetano was overthrown by the soldiers. The soldier got tired of the fighting in Mozambique and in Angola and in Cape Verde. So when the soldiers took over, Namibians, young people, they came in big numbers. The person we are going to call president within a few weeks' time, Netumbo Nandi, they came there as young girls. The people like, most of them came from Shigam, Pendukeni Vulaitana. I wish she was here. By the way, Pendukeni came from this area. She was there, many of them. People like Kalumbi Shangula, they came. Young people came. Nujoma said a selection is going to be made. There are those who are going to go to the fight, and there are those who are going to school. People like Kalumbi Shangula, they were sent to school after performing their job as soldiers. People like, there were many, like the man who is in charge with the High Court. Who is this?
Justice Shibute.
Yeah, Shibute was also there. Damasel, I want to talk about Damasel. They were there. Nujoma said that this one are going to be sent to school, so they went to school. When they came out, some of them came out as lawyers after some years. Some of them came as doctors. People like Kalumbi Shangula and others, they came as doctors. I have a long story to tell about Sem Nujoma. Sem Nujoma. Comrades, as you see me walking, you see that my health is not that very good. It's no longer as it used to be. I'm also getting old. In August, I will be 90. So I think I'm getting old, and I could not do much any longer. Now, I said, my wife and I felt that we should not wait staying in Vindu. We should come to this place where we are now, where Comrade Sem Nujoma was born. And I'm happy to be here. We are mourning Sem Nujoma. But then when I listened to the speakers tonight, including our Secretary General, people spoke very nice. I was very much impressed, especially by our traditional leaders. You people, you are doing well. I'm speaking about Omukwaniilwa, Etunda Ngandjera, and I'm speaking about Ndilimani, Ipumbu. The way you spoke this evening here impressed me very much. But then we spoke what Nujoma has done. Nujoma has done a lot for this country when he became president. As from the 21st of March in 1990, he went to agriculture, he went to the construction of roads, he went to the sea, he went everywhere. Roads were built by Nujoma, including this road we traveled from Oshakati. This road, including so many roads, the road from Rundu to Katimamulilo, and many other roads. Now, when I came in as president, my task was to implement and add more to what Nujoma has done. On the question of the roads, we took the road from, I forget some of the places. A road going to Oranjemund. Nujoma started it up to the middle there, and then I went to increase it. Nujoma built a railway from Chumeba to Ndango. When I took over, I added the road up to the border of Chicago. Now, you talk about what Nujoma said, but you don't talk about what you are going to add, what you are going to do. And this is what we need to do. That what Nujoma has done, that increase that increase. Let's not just talk, he has done this, okay, he has done that. Okay, what are you going to do? Promote what Nujoma has done. This is the message I have for you, that add to what Nujoma has done. If, like traditional authorities, you should also start building roads going to the villages, asking money from the government so that you can take it up. You who are in the government, in the party, Secretary General did not also say, you add what Nujoma has done when it comes to the development of this country. She did not say so. Secretary General, please. You did, eh? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. We want in Ipumbu, when you are going to take over, to increase where some Nujoma, Ngifike Pohamba, and Hagengengo, including Nangolo Mbumba. Nangolo Mbumba, we have to excuse him because he's just the president for a year. But I'm saying that Netumbo Ndaitwa, you are going to take over the government of this country. You are going to take over the leadership of SWAPO. We want to see things added to what we have done. That's what to see. Let's get to the agriculture. Look, when I was a president, first Nujoma, when he was a president, he put up some agricultural places in Kavango. And when I took over, I added some more in Kavango, including a dairy. Those things are no more. They are dead. Please, let's increase what Nujoma has done. Again, this country, forever, will not miss the name Sem Nujoma. That Sem Nujoma liberated this country. Those who are going to come 100 years to come, they will have to talk about Sem Nujoma because he's the one who brought independence to this country. So we have to keep thanking Sem Nujoma, and Sem Nujoma will be happy to see us doing what to add to what he has done to his programs. I thank you.
sema setu wanife emangoto militali mekeno yenu yoma tundinina chilayo yetu lantule halolo ye sema setu wanife emangoto militali tarefaro pulano twakapita talembulo ndasalenda yonona noleko twakapita tangenye kondilo itandu pirioto pulana ya Namibia pirioto kamarada umbombota wepewa kuna uyoma kumangulu loshiwana.
Now, the former president have said, normally there's nothing much to say. It's now my honor and privilege to invite the message by Her Excellency Netumbo Ndaitwa Nandi Ndaitwa, the Vice President and President-elect and representative of the Chief Mourner. Your Honor, can we rise for while she's proceeding to the podium?
Dear mourners, please be seated. One of the teaching my generation has learned from Comrade Sam Shafishuna Nujoma is discipline. I therefore comply with the directives from the directors of ceremonies and only recognize the family and our second president. Many of us are familiar with this particular place when at times we gather to celebrate the birthday of our founding president. Today, we are here at Etunda village, the birthplace of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, our revolutionary icon, outstanding and visionary leader who dedicated his entire life to the cause of our freedom and independence, and to remember his life. As a nation, we owe it to the Nujoma and Kondombolo family, who have made it possible for us to share and benefit from the life of Nujoma. That is why our founding father's name is well known in all over Namibia, from east to the west and from north to the south. When on the 12th May 2029, a baby boy was born in the house of Tatekul Daniel Nujoma and Mekul Heliv Kondoboro, no doubt there was a big celebration, as it happens in all families. The first boy of the house was given name Shafishuna. True to his name, Shafishuna has grown up to a man who looked after livestock of his parents and do other household chores, including those traditionally reserved for girls. Little we know, Shafishuna will take his name further to take care of the welfare of the Namibian people. A national assignment from birth that he has carried out with confidence, commitment, dedication, bravery, and passion, thus making it possible for us to gain our independence. That today we walk tall among nations of the world. That national assignment has not given much space to the Nujoma and Kondobolo family to know more of this special member of their family. And it came very clear from the family statement we have heard this evening, as all that was said, it was just a national issue. A good example is Comrade Utoni Nujoma Maikula. Having observed him both in exile and back home, the relationship between Comrade Utoni and his father was not that of a father and a son. For Utoni, the father was his comrade, his leader, his commander-in-chief, his chairperson in cabinet, the founding president, the father of the Namibian nation, and leader of the Namibian revolution. It was only during this time of bereavement that I have heard Comrade Utoni saying, "My father more than twice at one given time. His reference to him has been mostly founding, Comrade President, or Itatekulu, as most of us refer to the founding president. We thank the founding president for all what he did to us. In the same vein, we have to sincerely thank once again the Nujoma and Kondombolo family. The president led our nation and the struggling masses of our people under the banner of SWAPO Party during the difficult and protracted struggle, and he never wavered. He led front with dedication, vision, commitment, despite the dangers that he faced until Namibia was free from the yoke of apartheid colonialism and joined international community as a sovereign and independent state on the 21st of March, 1990. Today we stand proud as free people and determining our own destiny. As we mourn this great son of Namibia, we also celebrate his deeds of bravery, heroism, and patriotism, his love of this country, and solid commitment to the ideals of unity, peace, democracy, and justice for all, as well as the true and genuine national reconciliation. With his passing, our nation has lost a hero, and Elliot, the son of Namibia, whose footprints will remain engraved in the history and the landscape of our country, Africa, and the world at large. His legacy of selflessness and unwavering spirit will transcend borders and will inspire current and future generations of Namibia, Africa, and the entire world. We will never forget his sacrifice as we embark upon on the second phase of the struggle for socio-economic development of our country. As we confront the anguish of his passing, on behalf of His Excellency, Comrade Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, the government, and on my own behalf and my family, we extend our sincere and heartfelt condolence to the entire Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba families, the residents of Etunda, and the entire Namibian nation on the passing of our beloved founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Director of Ceremonies, fellow mourners, founding president was a gift from God to our nation. From his young age into adulthood, he has demonstrated rare qualities and becomes the hallmark of his leadership. He was fearless and ready to sacrifice for the benefit of his people and his country. His heroism is embodied in the social and political state of our nation. Therefore, the history of this nation will remain revolving around his name forever and ever. The founding president was a remarkable, gifted organizer and mobilizer. He has seen the transformation of OPO into SWAPO, which is a mass political organization and a vanguard of the Namibian people. That has become a cornerstone and a glue that binds Namibians together during the difficult years of the struggle until victory. After independence, As founding President of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade President embarked upon dedicated socio-economic programs to develop our country. Under his able and visionary leadership, our country witnessed massive transformation of our national economy through the development of physical infrastructures such as roads, hospitals, and many others, as mentioned already. In addition, under his tutelage, the government of the Republic of Namibia has dismantled the colonial governance architecture and established democratic governance, which is anchored on the principle of freedom, respect for human dignity, and justice for all. Director of Ceremonies, since the passing of our founding president, we have been reminding ourselves that what he did for this country, for Africa, and the world at large. We have been reminding ourselves what he stood for. Accordingly, and here I fully agree with our second president. Accordingly, the only way to ensure that all the efforts and sacrifice our founding president has not gone in vain, and the only way the people of Etunda village, and in particular the Nujoma and Kondobol family, will feel appreciated is only when, as a nation, we carry forward founding his legacy by carrying out what he stood for. We must ensure that we have to expand, improve, and enhance the livelihood of all Namibian people by eradicating poverty, ignorance, disease, and all the evils. He has been telling us the danger of all these things. His ideals of unity and inclusivity must continue to guide us so that we build a united, peaceful, and prosperous Namibia nation. Our founding president leaves a void among us which will be difficult to fill. We will miss his love, his warmth, and caring leadership. However, he leaves us with a legacy of peace and love for unity among all the people of Namibia that we must protect. As we mourn his past, let us rededicate ourselves to his dictum, which is, and I quote, "A people united, striving for a common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious," end of quote. Who does not want to be victorious? We must commit ourselves to pick up where he left us for the good of our people. The one who gives has taken. Our pillar has moved to another location, but his teaching will continue to grow in us in our everyday lives. I'm one of the beneficiaries of his teaching, something that I treasure. It was on the 11th May, 2022, when founding president invited me to his office in Windhoek, where he advised me and encouraged me that as we, SWAPO Party, are preparing for the 7th Congress to take place in November. He advised me, he encouraged me that I must stand to retain my position as the Vice President of SWAPO Party, which finally should make me to be the next President of Namibia. As a good teacher of him and as a disciplined cadre of the party, I accept, I complied, the process started, it is now all a history. Therefore, today here at Etunda, his birthplace, and while he is silent, lying in front of us, I pledge to make use of his teaching in the service of our people for his legacy to continue now and in the future. Go well, our hero, our commander, the leader of our revolution, our liberator, our mender. May your revolutionary legacy endure us, and let your soul rest in eternal peace. Ngatuane, ngatuane, menala Namibia. Ngatuane, ngatuane, menala Namibia.
Ngatuane, ngatuane, menala Namibia.
That was the message of condolences by the chief mourner, which was delivered by the Vice President and President-elect. Now, next on our agenda, vote of thanks by Honorable Andreas Shintama, the chairperson of Umsati Regional Council. Your Honor.
Thank you very much, the director of the program, for according me this opportunity to state the vote of thanks. And I will follow the advice that you have given to us, that we should just stick to the point. Thank you. Namibia is mourning the loss of its brightest son, a leader, an ordinary man who did extraordinary things, not only for his country, but for humanity. The late Nujoma came and conquered, liberated his people, and left them as masters of their own destinies. We surely cannot ask for more. His people, and we thank God for placing this man in our midst for 95 years. Go well, Yalen, son of the soil. The protocols established have been mentioned throughout the entire event. So therefore, before I go back to specifics, I would like to acknowledge and thank all the stakeholders who in one way or another contributed to the planning and successful implementations of this regional memorial service. Here to pay homage to our late founding president. We also acknowledge and appreciate for the attendance of everyone. On that, we really applaud for our government of the Republic of Namibia. At this juncture, allow to acknowledge, extend our gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Ndilimani, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, and the President-elect, and the representative of the Chief Mourner, for gracing this event with your presence and for your comforting message to the beloved family and all mourners. We also acknowledge the presence of the late General Retired Ngandjera. We further extend our thanks and appreciate His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba, our former president, for his presence and such tribute to our late founding president. I also wish to acknowledge and thank all our traditional authorities, leaders present here and more. So the hosting traditional leader, Ngandjera Johannes Mupiya, Omukwaniilwa Etunda Ngandjera, for his befitting tribute to our fallen hero. The same gratitude goes to Tatekulu Herman Ipumbu, Chief of the Uukwambi Traditional Authority and Chairperson of the 8 Northern Traditional Authorities, who also delivered an equally befitting tribute in honor of the late founding president. I should further acknowledge and thank all our cabinet ministers and members of parliament who came all the way to share this national grief with us here in Umsati region, where we are honoring this fallen gallant son of soil, its place of birth. And on the same note, I also like to acknowledge and thankful to our right minister, Dr. Sarah Kuongerwa Entate Amadila. Special thanks is also hereby extend to Honorable Eginus Enjala, Governor of our Umsati region, for his enduring leadership during the preparation of the hosting of these memorial services, and also for welcoming our dear mourners to this historical place. Other governors from other regions are also recognized and thanked for gracing these regional memorial services for the late father of the Namibian nation. The memorial services would not be complete without us hearing from the family of the late, of His Excellency Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma. Therefore, we extend our special gratitude to the family, more so to Meme Julia Nujoma and your siblings, who delivered the family's message. We also thank them for sharing the late founding president, not only with the entire Namibia, but with Africa and the world at large. We thank Dr. Shapaka Shakapo, retired Pastor Elson, for delivering such a befitting devotion and prayer, as well as the benediction for our memorial services. The performance by the Namibian Defense Force military band has lightened our grief. This we highly appreciate them. We thank Honorable Nahas Angula, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, for delivering the eulogy of our late founding president. The role that our late founding president played in SWAPO is immense. Therefore, at this point, I would like to thank Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the Might SWAPO Party, for the message she delivered on behalf of SWAPO Party. We further thank Mr. Ben Shikovelo, President of the National Liberation Veterans Associations, and of course our veterans who came also to mourn our late founding president. I wish to thank the Namibian police under the capable leadership of our regional commander, Ismail Basson. Thank you so much. And on that, I would also like to thank everybody here who came to join us in our region. You are we all appreciate for your coming. I would also like to thank from without massive crowd, this was, acknowledging the organizing committee that ensured everything is in place to accommodate this massive crowd. This was under the leadership of our regional governor, assisted by Dr. Saki, the mandate Kayone, SWAPO Party Regional Coordinator. Thank you very much, comrades. We also acknowledge the effort and leadership our acting Chief Regional Officer, Mr. Emmanuel Nafele, and the whole entire staffs. We would also like to thank Mr. Abisa Ishaningwa, our former Director for Development Planning, and Mwenewo Mkunda. Thank you so much. The youth and everyone here, thank you very much. Thank you so much, and I thank you.
Yeah, it seems everybody has been thanked for, except yours truly. There is somebody who dropped his bob cut. He dropped it somewhere. We may collect it here. We are proceeding with the program. What remains now is the announcement by the director of Ceremonies. The following announcements are going to be made. 1. After the benediction by Reverend Dr. Chapaka Chakapolo and the AU and national anthem has been performed, there will be the viewing of the body. But I want to remind the mourners that the body will lie in state the whole night, as it has been announced already during the media. I would just like to emphasize that the body will lie in the state. Everybody who wishes to view is welcome. However, there will be the order how the viewing will take place. Before the viewing, after the viewing of the body, mainly by this tent, the main tent, the VIP tent, they are invited inside the house for refreshment. Omunango meo matarara meumbo de oga gano go meumbo ganu nima otenda jino o protocol otayika ulika kuti atuno kwende nini opotuje mo meumbo o protocol ya chininga shaera ucha I hauto nenge o remember the need no kuyano hauto meumbo. The protocol, please help me to inform those who are going to be taken to in the house by vehicle. However, everybody has to walk in. The protocol will help me to do that, and that will be happen after the viewing of the body by the family, the member, the family, and the chief mourner in his team. From there, as for the attendants, the refreshment, whether in the form of food served, is where you are in your tents. Don't move. All the rest, except the VIP tent, the rest we are going to be served where we are. Kakereko tenda jino yo VIP jinda popia tenda disembatu ni tenda dinandi tumbura atuka waterweni po mashariki tuma tulimo. Yeah, it seems I made it clear. Now the next is the benediction by Reverend Dr. Chapaka Chakapolo, the retired pastor also. Benediction. Your key is here. Somebody lost his hair or his key. The key holder is written Nissan. Please get your things here.
Thank you once again, Director of Ceremonies. Namibia vidietu, tweripewa kukalunga, tweripewa tukalimo. Teimomo Namibia. For Director of Ceremonies, before I conclude with the benediction, I would like to read again few lines from the speech which Omkokori Wochirongo Chetu Aleshele Etimirongo Mbarino Retango Ria Maritza Momirongo Mwoi Nokakunawe Wurwe Takigida Igidondika Ewirie Olio Tarikara Rushe Tarikwerengenja Kutia. In accepting the sacred responsibility which the Namibian people have placed on me as the first president of the Republic of Namibia, I would like to bow and to pay homage to our fallen heroes and heroines, whose names Namibia's present and future generations will sing in songs of praise, and whose martyrdom they will intone. I move in the name of our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. End of the quote. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last. May I ask you to please for the benediction. Karunga kokuku turarekanuya ngwe utugamene. Karunga kokuku tuyerithiro chipara choye deto tuporere ombiri. Karunga kokuku tuyerithiro chipara choye pethimbondika lyo chikogo ochinene no chirude. Ike otunetegameno medina lyo apuki ototsikire okugamena ochiwanashika na antu yacho aeshe meke lyo apuki. In the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Remain standing for AU and national anthem. Defense Force. Fellow mourners, otoyape shuriro luchituthithimburuko You may be seated, please. You may be seated. Manga akwitaso tati tayilonge kizo kutuatera ngechino kukenda shatuka vinge ninge tatuka tareni olutu lomkokori ondali kyo kutumbiri chairiali andi tiknakuyo chiwo ngoti natuya kwe egonga soki natupandura natuya ko nakuyo ngochi ngoti mataninga nawa yota natupandure matese nditha nei it's not intentionally kachona na chaichuni chinokuningwa ongae na oroneria iambura omea ochilando chaka hao para shimwe mikrebi korietu mali anikungundi akuchongoti matu chendisa na ana tupukure kombunda o mangane malonge kizongono taganingwa ndaro pro ne viruko ya community aliwalenje kujota shikendangini oshaike kujotuno kutamka the chief mbona the protocol I protocols, could you please assist me or assist us to direct how it's going to take place? Yeah, Chief Mona no lie na ishe the dignitaries the commission vinga da kutumba kipundino oyena die tango mewi likongashi tachu atu ko protocol tangune. The body lies in state. Kapene moriasa kuchoya pondatu nengo pone nengo nano nengo hamano nengo yari okengura. The body lies in the state. The announcement, the serious announcement. Please, no photo taking allowed. Don't use your cell phone. Don't hide it so that you can take the photo. It's not allowed. It's not allowed, please. Onakupitikwa okulongisa o cell phone na uthaneke inachipitikwe.
Ai, oshiwana sha Namibia no shipumba sha Ndilimani shathewa noruhode momwenyo. Ai, ogea mayakara oshiwana shathewa Oshiwana shathewa thewa Behire tula ushina Wadambande muyaro kamande Behire tula ushina Wadambande muyaro kamande Moshobande tu yau Oshiwana shathewa Oshiwana shathewa thewa Behire tula ushina Wadambande muyaro kamande Behire tula ushina Wadambande muyaro kamande
Dear viewers, listeners, fellow mourners, it is once again an honor for me to give a briefing on the funeral arrangements in the regions around this time of His Excellency Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma, our founding president and founding father of the Namibian nation. On Friday, the 21st of February 2025, the body will depart from the Etunda village at 6 a.m. and the route military procession will go through the Tsandi town and proceed to Otapi. From Otapi, the procession will go through Orongo, Oshikuku, and to the Oshakati towns. From Oshakati, the procession will take the 10 off to proceed onto the Umgelume Road all the way to Umgelume, and from Umgelume area, it will go through Ongenga and to Ondobe. Then eventually from Ondobe to Enene, which will be the last leg of this military procession. Citizens are once again asked to line up across this route so that they can give their farewells and final goodbyes to His Excellency, the founding president. As citizens line up, you are invited to either give a salute or wave to the casket as it's making its way on this route military procession. The memorial service, of course, will happen in Enene at the Enene Sports Stadium, and the program is expected to start at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. The Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency the President Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Chief Mourner, will be represented by Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Sarah Madila at this memorial service. Once the program during the memorial service has been completed, members of the public will have an opportunity to view the body of the founding president. We again ask that this process be conducted in an orderly manner, in a respectful manner, as the nation is then able to say its final goodbyes to the founding president. The body of the founding father of the Namibian nation will too lie in state at the venue in Enene, as citizens can continuously view the body in that process. May his soul continue to rest in peace.